We watched all 19 films that screened in the Orizzonti section, which is meant to be a spotlight for talents on the horizon. We also screened all 8 films that played in Spotlight, formerly known as Orizzonti Extra, and 7 films that played in the Giornate Degli Autori, formerly known as in its English version as Venice Days. Those contained 16 films in total, I believe, and Critics Week, which I think featured 8 features. We watched 7 of those in total. Welcome back to Quiet on Set. I'm Ewan, and I'm joined, as always, for our Venice coverage by Kevin. This is the first time we managed to watch all of the films in Orizzonti. I personally actually managed to watch really all of them, and Kevin, I think we both agreed that unfortunately this year Orizzonti was slightly underwhelming.
Normally the competition is a bit weaker and the Orizzonti is a bit stronger. This year it was the opposite. The competition was quite strong and the Orizzonti was quite weak, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I don't really have much more to add than that. Otherwise, then let's dive straight into the movies.
Exactly. Mother, which is the latest film from Diona Strugar-Medewska. The film follows 7 consecutive days at a pivotal moment in Mother Teresa's life, the period where she decides to leave the Loreto and Dali convent in Calcutta and launch her own order. And at the center of this whole ordeal is Noomi Rapace, an Icelandic, I believe, actress. If I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me check that real quick before I spread misinformation. No, and she's Swedish.
And opposite her is Sylvia Hoeks.
Yeah.
Which I can already say because it's a Dutch actress, so I can...
Exactly. Not that you are Dutch, we are just like, you know, the conglomerate of Europeanness is all over this news, this media outlet. But yeah, this one was one of the, I believe maybe it was even the opening film for Orizzonti, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It comes in at a runtime of 103 minutes, and in the director's statement, she mentions that it is a film that fully represents me or who I want to be, bold, audacious, and free, and that Mother Teresa was a mother indeed, but one to millions. She was strict, harsh, disciplinarian, yet motherly beyond our comprehension, and that some of these are like based on direct transcripts of interviews she conducted with the last living sisters and witnesses to her character while she was making a documentary called Teresa and I believe. So, you know, the director definitely has a close connection to this Mother Teresa character, but also as a religious figure, but also, you know, actual in testimonies and interviews with people who knew her, which I don't know if that tracks because they must be pretty old by now. But I'm not I'm not a religious person. Like this is maybe also meant for someone who's would be interested in you know, because it takes place before she becomes that like Mother Teresa figure, before she goes off to do all that. And I wonder, okay, that is a decision made here to focus not on you know, the sort of type of movie that is more biographical about, like, you know, where her life leads to, but maybe where she starts from to still get like her full character reflected in like 7 days of her life. I think we both agreed that the structure of going day by day and it being kind of conflicting because it starts on day 7 and goes to day 1 was quite confusing to me, at least, because I was wondering if we are going backwards at a time. I don't know why it was counting down, but it was kind of counting down to her leaving the convent. But what did you think about all of this, Kevin?
It's quite funny because she says like bold, audacious, and free, yet this movie is so boring to me, actually. Like there are movies, or like even other, if we're going into the non-genre of cinema, like I'm thinking about Benedetta, First Omen, Immaculate. Like some of these movies do that way better than this one. Now, to be fair, 2 of them are horror movies, but even then, I'm probably forgetting some non-movies that probably also do this a lot better that I've seen. But yeah, it had something to say. I feel like it had something to say, but just
yeah, it is somewhat a bit, you know, having like champion a female voice, but that is then in her views somewhat regressive and the counterparts to the progressive, like, you know, movement since, like, for example, her stance on abortion is something that I don't know if it's, you know, is speaking to the benefit of like the just worldwide for women overall, and it's then still wanting to like pay tribute to her and like idolize her as this character. But the more I see her actions reflected, I just see her as like pretty cold, and then I think it kind of struggles to you know, show us someone who we actually are rooting for. I found her to be, I don't know, not nice at all. I don't know, I did like her the least bit. And there's like another character that's way worse than her, that's like a bit of a jealous tattlemouth and just like overcorrects, but then also she like takes out her frustration onto her. So it's like at one point I'm like low-key rooting for the, you know, the character that is a bit more ridiculous, because it feels like Mother Teresa is pretty petty as well. If it wants to go into that drama, then give me more of that drama. But it's so, I don't know, she's so set in her beliefs, and it didn't do much for me to like, she wanted to live out this perfect standard for everyone else to follow, yeah, which leaves her with so little empathy. Like there's a moment in this where one of the other nuns is she's pregnant and goes to her for advice, and it's like, what would you like to plea for basically empathy, and says like, what would you do in my situation? And she just goes, I wouldn't be in your situation. I was like, okay, boom, mic drop, good for you. Fuck you though. Like, what the fuck do you want me to do with that? It's like, we are in the situation now. And it's like, I don't know. I think this was quite frustrating, because I was hoping for a really great performance from Noomi Rapace, and she didn't have enough here to do, because it is so understated, so quiet, so held back.
Stoic.
Yeah, stoic. I don't know what we were supposed to get out of this. Like I didn't get anything.
Also, you bring out the structure of the movie in our notes, and it's like, oh, there's sometimes this rock music that also does not fit the movie at all. I just remembered. And along with this, like, day 7, day 6, and it's like, I do not care.
It's such a weird like origin story for someone who's like deeply religious, because I don't think this is a spoiler, but like the movie ends with her like nodding towards the camera as if it's like a.
It's honestly, again, I know we've said it in a couple of our other reviews, but honestly, again, it feels like that MCU moment.
Right? Yeah. It's like so weird. Like, what are you doing?
I can't believe again that we reference this movie to MCU, but it just feels like it. It just feels like it.
Yeah, and it feels like in a lot of ways that people are going up against, you know, what she is trying to impose onto others, and I'm rooting for the other people, not for her. And this is like, and I think there's a place for it, for those things to contradict each other in this movie, and for it to be super interesting. Of like, she represents something good, but then individually we can see where like this worldview begins to crumble in the actual experiences of people, and that like there's the potential there for to do that. They don't do this in this movie, unfortunately. Both of us gave it a 5 out of 10.
Go watch Benedetta if you can. Like,
that one's just very horny as well. Like, I don't know, it's completely
but at least that one is bold, audacious, and free. That
is true. Yeah. It's also like what she says in the director's statement is I think she's like tiptoeing about on the abortion topic. Let me find it.
I mean, I think it's the longest director statement I've read so far.
Mother Teresa is a controversial figure, and her stance on abortion in particular is a stumbling block in her trajectory, one that's difficult to understand from today's perspective, for some of us at least, while approved by many as well. It's like, oh, listen to both sides. Like, I don't know what she's saying in this sort of statement here. We choose to tell a story before she became Mother Teresa, yada yada. Our mother is 37 years old, and the film follows her 7 days in the lab. And I think this was also funny. I highlight this. I present this mother almost as a CEO of a multinational company, relentless and ambitious. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to agree with your movie. Like, that is such a stupid thing to say. Like, so yeah, I don't know. It's just something's off, man.
I did not read that sentence.
Yeah. the whole director statement is very funny. This is even more, but we'll cap it here. Again, both of us wouldn't recommend the film 5 out of 10.
Next up, we got The Kidnapping of Arabella. A young woman is convinced she's in the wrong version of herself until a chance encounter with a 7-year-old changes her mind. But, guys, this movie has Chris Pine in it.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
And he speaks Italian. Yeah.
You tell me your thoughts about this movie. Is Chris Pine good in it? Like,
I think, yeah. And I mean, if you go into this film to watch Chris Pine, you get him at the beginning, at the end, maybe 1 or 2 other scenes. He's not in the movie much. He's the father of the 7-year-old who ends up getting kidnapped, or that. Like, it's weird when it's like, you know, she gets herself kidnapped in the way that she just kind of goes along with someone by tricking someone's mental illness. I also watched the director's previous movie in Venice in 2022 called Amanda, which also stars Benedetta Baccaroli. I put a bit of stank on that, and she also didn't win then, but she won the Best Actress award in the Orizzonti section here. And yeah, I think we discussed that as well in our recap. I think it's an okay win. Like, I wouldn't have chosen her, but I see why they went with her. And Carolina Cavalli definitely has like a certain voice to portray like characters that are very snappy, very snarky, always like challenging and like basically fighting everyone.
I mean, I would say deadpan. I think most of these are like quite deadpan characters, especially one specific male character.
Yeah. I meant like the male. The female lead is like, they're very similar in Amanda and this in the way that maybe more like the younger girl, which is something like you either like that or you don't like it, and I land more on the side of not liking like over smart kids that are like they don't talk like actual children. Really is a pet peeve of mine, but I know some people like think that's the cutest thing ever. I don't know, I something off about it, but I don't know. I think when we talked about it, you liked it, I'd say a bit more than I did, but yeah, we both aren't like, you know, in love with this film. But what do you think?
I didn't really like it as much or more than you did. Because it's like it starts out because especially in terms of structure, it's very exciting because you have 2 perspectives that it starts out of, and then you have the kid's perspective, and she's just absolutely yelling stuff while Chris Pine is supposed to give a speech. And I sort of had like, what was the jockey movie last year again?
Which one? El Jockey, or what do you mean?
Yeah, El Jockey. But no, there's like a longer in Kill the Jockey. Yeah, Kill the Jockey. So I was sort of, you know, feeling that sort of movie. Oh, it's gonna lean into this direction. And then when the young woman and the 7-year-old eventually encountered each other and they do the road trip section, from that point on, I just got less and less interested in the movie. So I think it's a structural one. There's also an actor in this that we encountered several times at the film festival. That guy got the most out of his industry pass at the Venice Film Festival. I think he stayed there the whole time. So,
we saw him in at least like 2 or maybe even 3 screenings. Yeah. So good on him. And like he's the guy who's like the older guy who's like pining over her a bit, like who has a crush on her,
over the young woman, and like calling in, it's like, "Are you okay? Where are you?"
Helping her out.
Do you want to meet up? Yeah.
It is sweet in its intention of someone not doing well, but then it gets to the crossroads of, are you enabling someone, or when are you going too far? And I think like one of the things about this film is as well like how much you can endure a kid that is so fucking annoying. Like you said, like he's giving a speech and she's just like endlessly screaming, wanting for attention. And that sort of act of rebellion or whatever it is, I don't like it as someone who's done a fair bit of work in education. That is a horror show. I fucking hate it. Obviously, like we don't have a model student here, otherwise we wouldn't have a story. But it kind of like grinds me down quite a bit. And I think where you said that the movie kind of structurally it becomes disappointing is in that road trip where a lot of times like we don't really are on the road that much, but we stop for a lot of it. So it also feels like the movie comes to like a stop, because ultimately it's about like, do they want to keep going? Does one of them want to stop? Like what do they do? And they find themselves kind of caught in a loop for quite a while. And obviously like the kid has pretty simple like needs of what she wants. She just wants friends and hang out and have a good time, and is not really thinking ahead, but also, you know, lying and deceiving quite often. And the older character, who again sees herself reflected in the kid and actually believes it's her, I think it's like making light of this a bit.
She also wants to give the kid the future that she never had.
Yeah.
So even the payoff of that storyline sort of falls flat. And again, the beginning for me and one specific scene at a certain stop worked for me, because they stop at a motel,
yes,
but they sort of bargaining with the price. And at a certain moment, the little girl goes into the lobby thing, and then she picks up a gun. And it's like, whoa, and then you got that whole discussion. But that excitement from never happens anymore after that. So, and that's again, it's like sort of the chemistry is there between them, but the story just fails them. Absolutely fails them.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to make an even funnier movie that is a bit more lighthearted, then you would have more interactions with these two, because it's also like you said, like the perspective thing, right, that then overlap. It's very much told from the perspective of these two, where, for example, when she's screaming, it is Chris Pine and her who we see. We don't really see like people react a lot to her screaming, so it's a lot of this like world around them that is almost as if they like turn down the knob, and people are reacting to the ridiculousness as much as maybe as they would in real life. So everything else feels muted and they feel amplified, and that's like definitely like a specific choice to in the direction and how the story is told. One that I'm also not like 100% vibing with as much. But yeah, I ended up giving this a 5 out of 10 as well.
5 out of 10 for me as well. Again, has some moments, but ultimately just does not pay off.
Yeah, I'd agree. Let's talk about Strange River. 16-year-old Didak and his family are spending the summer holidays on a cycling trip along the Danube. An unexpected encounter with another boy changes the course of the journey. His enigmatic presence awakens new feelings in Didak and disrupts his relationship with his family. It's the latest film from Jaume Claron-Muxar. And I think the sort of synopsis reads as quite contemplative. This typical, I gotta say, festival movie where you have a sort of fantasy element like paired with something pretty grounded as like a family drama as we go along this trip that they do on their bikes. Kevin, did you connect like at all with Strange River, or did it leave you cold? There is a water pun somewhere that I'm not going to make, but like what did you think?
I feel like we could recreate this movie right here, right now, Ewan. And it's just, let's just look at each other like just off camera, right? And it's like, and you're sort of gazing at each other. It's like,
yeah, you mean
because that is this movie. There's a lot of gazing, of staring at each other, and
walking after one another.
That would have been exactly, and I would have been fine if you at least had some, dialogue afterwards. But it's just like running after each other, staring at each other, and it's like, guys, I get it. He's heartbroken over just being out of a relationship. He's probably still, struggling with his sexuality. Like, it is very clear what this guy is going through, but you're not really doing anything with him afterwards. Again, like the last 10 minutes, it's just them staring on this boat at each other, and it's just like, guys, I'm bored. Like, I'm almost falling asleep, literally. And the only thing that's really interesting to me is this road trip. Funnily enough, we talked about last movie, the road trip wasn't that interesting. Here, I was way more interested in the road trip than the actual emotional moments, because they're going on this road trip. This dad who is sort of, trying to, put on an interest further on his children, but they're just not absolutely interested in architecture at all. That was the only sort of redeeming qualities of this movie. But yeah, for the rest, I don't really have anything to say except staring to the camera, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they walk through places, and it's a sort of also try for the parents, especially the dad, to maybe connect a little bit with the son. But even there's not a lot, which I think is like, if it wants to capture what an actual experience like this would be like, maybe it's actually like, getting to a place where really there's not much dialogue, and a lot of it is that like wanting that is represented by like chasing it. Other than it's like, I think I think we both see what the movie is in its best form going for. We are just saying that it doesn't work. The pacing is off. Shots are too long.
Definitely
and
off,
then when we have something exciting like the road trip, the pacing is a bit quicker. There's sometimes a montage of stuff, which I feel like there picks up pace, and you can have that pace lead into a slower moment. But when these slower moments just happen because it feels like there's nothing really there, then you get a festival movie, like the typical festival movie that you write off as being slow and boring. And unfortunately, it ends up falling more into that category than being like, something where it's slow and representing truth and getting to like an actual core of something.
Especially in its family dynamics, I feel like, because oftentimes the brother of this kid actually chases him, and I feel like the brother, because he's younger, he's sort of trying to understand what he's going through with his breakup, with his sexuality. But again, he just follows him, and they never actually have a confrontation about it or anything. So I think the parents are not trying to sort of connect as much as the brother is trying to, which, that should be the opposite, sort of.
True, yeah. And the brother is connecting with him without talking, and I think it's the part that non-verbally works the best, because it's simply him chasing after him, and that kind of works really well as like this allegory and an actual thing of like a younger brother looking up to the older one, just seeing what they're doing to try and understand the world through their struggles. I think the thing with the mother that's there, that maybe is a slight spoiler, so I won't say, I think it's something that isn't really developed much, and I think it plays into the whole like not listening to anyone when not listening to him when he wants to talk about the architecture and like, I don't know, teach them something exciting. I don't know, the more I get older, the more I like, I relate to the father characters a bit more than the ones that are coming of age, which is funny. And I felt that a bit as well. I was like, come on guys, man, I feel like he's saying something pretty interesting here.
And I know the ending is sort of being like, oh look, he's finally reaching out, but it's like, okay, fine, he finally reaches out, and then the movie ends. Like, again, there's no confrontation, there's no dialogue between them afterwards, at a certain point when he sort of reaches out metaphorically. So I was just, there is potential. There was potential in this movie. It was just left unused.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that I think stuck with me, is that like at one point I think the father, or like someone brings up that everything flows into the Danube, like all the smaller rivers lose their name as soon as they get into it, which you could take as like an allegory for something. And then I also wrote down that I think the cinematography and the atmosphere it has, which is that road trip element, those are pretty well done. It just ends up being pretty bland and boring story wise.
Like it honestly reminds me a bit of last year's when the light breaks, because you've got such a pivotal moment, and then it's also like a festival, just sort of silence between each other. And
I know some people got a ton out of that movie.
I know.
And this might be like a very personal experience where you feel yourself seen a lot, and we don't, where we don't get much out of it. So I ended up with a 4 out of 10. But prefacing that with what I just said. What about you, Kyle?
I gave it a 5 out of 10. I do agree that some people might get more out of this movie than us, but
yeah, which doesn't even have anything to do with your sexuality or anything. No. It might just be that sort of like family structure or like those dynamics. It might be more like that and the sort of communication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like sort of transcendent, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Next up.
Let's talk about A Grand Ciel, or The Sight, from the Japanese filmmaker Akihiro Hata, which is about Vincent, who works the night shift on the construction site of a futuristic district. When a worker goes missing, Vincent and his colleagues suspect that their superiors are covering up an accident. But soon, another worker disappears, leaving it pretty vague, pretty thrilling. Kevin, I think coming out of this, I feel like at one point, no, it wasn't during, because we do not talk during the screenings, but I could feel that like we were damn us getting frustrating with this movie because we were thinking there's so much potential in the story, but they're not tapping into it. So Kevin, what did you think about The Sight?
Especially the atmosphere. They nailed the atmosphere when you go into that elevator and you see how fucking large it is, right? They are like on the 17th level underneath or something.
Yeah. So and then when they're up in the sky and at night, it looks like they're so high up.
Because we weren't sitting next to each other for this movie, but
really?
Like. No, we weren't. But we could just feel. it.
I could feel you across the room.
We were like, you have all your building blocks. Like, all the building blocks were there. You have the conflict between our characters. There was like the tension of, do we protest or don't we protest? Which is a very timely topic. Like, there is so much good in this movie. And honestly, it sort of leans. So where I think it goes wrong is it leans a bit into the horror side because people, I guess, I can sort of say this, the first worker that disappears sort of get Thanos, right? They turn into dust. Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, hey, that's cool, that's interesting. And sometimes you hear banging, and when someone is alone, it's like, oh, a little bit of horror thing. And that's where it stops. And I think it should have gone a bit further into that route, into that genre, and it just didn't. And but again, I like the actors. I think it's genuinely good performances, and I like the fact that we got someone in the group that is like, hey, please do give me some. I do want to climb up the ladder, and then you have some guys, but they're treating you like shit, and they want you to be there like a puppet, and all that conflict. Great. But then in the sort of sci-fi element of this movie, I guess, the horror element, it just does not deliver. And so that's when you walk out of this movie, you're just like a bit bummed out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in its best version, I wrote down this would be a great double feature with no other choice, to talk about and I can see in the director's statement that he's on to something here. It just didn't translate. Like he writes, the film explores how self-interest slowly supplants the common good. He talks about how job precarity and societal pressure insidiously warp a person's body and mind to the point of destroying all sense of solidarity, trust, and camaraderie. There's a lot of that, like that omnipresent concrete, cold, and mineral whose floating dust, like a relentless toxic fog, seeps into every crack, threatening to engulf you. Like, he basically says the same thing over and over again. You are getting lost in all of this. You're getting wrapped up and taken away. And then I wish it would either, like you said, lean more into the horror side of all of this, or take an even stronger stand on the thing that it's trying to make a point about, what's wrong about this. And even that feels, by the end of it, unfortunately, a bit underdeveloped and lukewarm, because by the end of it, it wants to lean back into the horror side of it all, maybe a bit more. It is so it's not even, I wouldn't even describe it as horror. I think it's so soft, Which is also in the way that like these people disappear, like you said, with the Thanos snap, like, you know, just disappearing. That is a pretty like soft, non-horror way to go, but it is conceptually so terrifying that he just disappear into thin air. And like, unfortunately, there's not much more to talk about with this film, because it doesn't do like that much that well. We can just see the groundwork, you know, is there, but if this is like built up at one point, I wouldn't want to live in the building, because I feel like it's kind of wobbly overall.
I love your sayings right now.
Yes, dude.
We love metaphors in our reviews.
We haven't talked about Damien Bonnard yet, which I think he's such a like great French actor who pops up in like a lot of like American or European productions overall as well. And I don't know if I've seen a ton of films where he's the actual lead. I know that like we both quite like Sherpin's Path quite a bit, where he's also a character in that. He was in Trois Amis last year that we did not like at the festival. He was in Les Miserables from Lachlan. Like, he's someone who's around a lot, and I think he's just not given enough as a character here, because they play him pretty ambiguously in what he's actually thinking, because ultimately, like, he comes into this being a worker that is on like a limited time, like his time is about to run out. And I think if it were to play more into the thing of like, is there something insidious of where his ignorance is benefiting him, that like is what ends up happening here. But I think if you play a bit more with like, is it this choice, or is it getting caught up? Or because I think what it does successfully is like that I'm rooting for him to move up the chain, because I'm seeing the stakes that he has, the family that he's trying to provide for, that like all of the stuff, like when there is backlash for something, or there is a strike incoming, how that has direct repercussions that ultimately feel like they come back on like being his responsibility. And like how it feels like it's all on his shoulders when it should all be from the construction company. That part of it, I think this movie nails that. I just wish it was doing more of that, because that's like where the core strength of it all came from.
Especially the family. So you sort of have the triangle, right? You have himself, you have this family, you have the community, and he's sort of struggling to balance it all. You also got the wife in that family that is trying to work for the company. So they're like sort of boosting each other and sort of uplifting each other in the position. And again, they nail all that stuff, and it's just the ending.
It's like the company who poses as being the common good for everyone, right? And if you go against them, they make you out to be like, oh, you're working against this good thing that we are creating. While the workers are all screaming, no, we need to be standing against it, because they are ultimately exploiting us. So it's like, both are at a crossroads where usually the workers are more right about like their working conditions and what they deserve than the company and what they try to, like, you know, with their PR firms and everything, try to represent about themselves. I wish there was more of that. I think that, like, because ultimately it comes down to one guy who really wants to strike, and he becomes like an annoying and petty character as well. So it's like, I think it does that in a clever way where we are rooting for Damien, like for that guy a bit more. I wish it was a bit more complex in who I want to align with, you know, if that makes sense, because I'm ultimately rooting for them, you know, to get their workers' condition and all that. And I feel like the movie goes like wrestles with that quite a bit.
That's why you compare it to With No Other Choice, right? Because sort of you know, Damien Bonnard's character is sort of getting more isolated as he tries to climb up the ladder, as he tries to not make any more mistakes, etc. So
literally benefiting from other people's demise or them getting fired.
Exactly. Ultimately, the movie sort of rings hollow for me, so I give it a 6 out of 10.
For me too, and it kind of hurts. I also give it a 6 out of 10. But the way I'm talking about it, it feels like an 8 out of 10 type of movie. But it didn't click.
Where did it go wrong though? Did it because of the way the script has been written? Is it a bit too clean, perhaps, in terms of that the producer, the studio wanted? I don't really know where it went wrong in terms of that.
Yeah, because like we said, the atmosphere is kind of I think it's in the lead character where I wanted a bit more of him, because he's such a blank slate. Where give me more of like his internal
mindset?
struggle. Yeah, because he's such a pleaser. It's so easy to see yourself in him just trying to navigate what is happening. And I think it is more difficult when you have someone who has like already like completely different movie, but also playing at this festival with Chien 51. Like you have a guy who has a background in it, but then he seems to be pretty like, you know, a blank character, but you know there's more to him. And we never learn what this guy has done before. He's simply just arriving at this worksite and a blank slate. I think that's what's missing. There's no backstory to this guy other than having a wife and kids, you know?
Yeah, agree. Next up is my favorite of the film festival, and many other people in our jury also had this one very, very high. It is Rose of Nevada's Mark Jenkins' latest movie, where in a forgotten fishing village, a boat mysteriously appears in the old harbor. The Rose of Nevada, the name of the boat, lost at sea with all hands 30 years ago, has returned. For the few who remember, it's a sign. The Rose of Nevada must go out to sea again. Maybe then the luck of the devastated village will turn. Nick takes a job aboard the boat in an attempt to provide for his young family. Alongside him, newly arrived Liam joins the crew, desperate to escape his past. They head to sea and after a successful trip return to harbor. But something is amiss. They've slipped back in time and the villagers greet them as if they are the original crew. Very mysterious, very weird. Ewan, what did you think about this movie?
The atmosphere, the vibe it has is just immaculate and perfect. That like at times it felt like, did I, you know, sleep through part of it? Did I not? You know, it was like sometimes that happens at film festivals. No, that's the sort of feeling I had. I feel like I was like tapping into a dream, a sort of different reality alongside these characters. And you know, it's in the Q&A they also said you know, it's not the UK or not England, it's Cornish side of the UK, which I think I also spent some time down there a couple of years ago when I did like for uni to become a like teaching stuff. I was teaching a bunch of like third graders there for like 2-3 weeks. So that region is like it's pretty isolated as well from the UK. That they're different, and not that I would, you know, understand what the differences are in this movie now. What we get is this fishing village that in modern day is pretty bleak and lacking like actual community, because seemingly as these fishes took off, that left alongside them. I found the director's statement quite interesting because also in the Q&A he did not want to answer specific questions of what certain things specifically were, because he basically, I think, was saying that like whatever you take away from it is essentially like your truth and how you experience it. And I kind of like those type of movies that don't just do that because, you know, we want to be artsy fartsy and there's actually nothing there. But here it felt like you are tapping into so many emotions that I felt, and like what he mentions of like the guy who is not able to fix the roof of his his building and just crashes through it.
Yeah, it's making it worse.
Oh my god, there's one transition with that as well that is absolutely fucking amazing. Do you remember oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
And it's also like, to him, he describes it as like, to him that's not something that you can fix, right? This is the world we live in. And then he goes back to a different time where it wasn't all that bleak and bad, like there was more potential. And then it's, you know, about like, does he accept that and maybe set out a future that is better? And then it's like that back and forth of like this time travel thing of like, does the past affect the future if I do something different, or are these two places even connected, or are you out at sea and that's just like something entirely removed from it? And through that, it's such a vibe, man. It's such a great vibe. But like, you tell me more specifically about like why you ended up loving this film so much.
Funnily enough, when discussing about the movie right now, I was thinking about God's Creatures. You know, that movie with Emily Watson, Paul Mescal, because it also has sort of the same synopsis in terms of, oh, here's a fishing village that sort of has been, you know,
and he returns
until someone returns. Exactly. But in this, I think this is the most exciting piece of filmmaking that I've seen at the film festival, and that is saying a lot because we got no other choice. And if we have a technically gifted director in Park Chan-wook, so if there's a movie that sort of trumps that, I mean, bloody hell, it must have really worked, and it did for me. Because we have this, like, it is a very grainy movie.
Yeah, 60
we have a lot
shot.
of close up. We have 60mm shots. And again, the sound design was my favorite part because last year I watched Cloud in Sala Volpi, and I watched Road to Nevada in Sala Volpi as well. And for people that don't know, it's like 150 seats. But the speakers are so big, so too big for that theater essentially. So every time, like the sound design just pops there, and it really, really did for me. I must say, I really like the performances that George McKay and Callum Turner gave, especially as they're trying to navigate what is going on. Why are these people talking us to in this way? They don't know us that well, but they are talking to us as if they've known us for years, which in some cases they have. And even the little makeup thing, right? When they are in the present time and everyone's just looking a bit older, grumpier, like you can see it in the faces, and then you return to 30 years ago. And especially the ending is what I love, because for me, the ending is sort of like, oh, there's like a cog in the machine. There are parts missing, and that's like, if one essential part is missing, the whole thing just evaporates, right? It's just not working anymore. And that's what happened with the disappearance, especially for such a little community on the outskirts of, where does this take place?
A Cornish part of
Cornish,
I don't know what town it is, if they say something specific, but
I don't know actually.
But it must be like some port. I mean, all that region is really close to the water.
I have seen some people say like, "Oh, this is Mark Jenkins' most commercial or like accessible movie," and at the same time, I'm like, really? I haven't seen any of his other movies, so I can't really judge on that fact.
Oh, okay.
But it does still feel like, a more, again, not to say artsy-farty, but it does feel way more like an artsy Looper, for example,
Yeah, I mean, it's also because it's like George McKay is definitely our lead, and Callum Turner is the one that is more like quiet, just has a presence about him. It's also the one who's questioning less of the things, like as much as he is a character, his red cap is one, and the significance of that in the story, and what it sort of, I don't know what it like specifically means or represents or whatever, but him just wearing that cap just it evoked certain emotions in me. It's I don't know, there was something powerful like about it. It's so well shot, well acted, well written, because it leaves so much open. And I think if a movie can craft,
and not in a frustrating way,
can create an atmosphere that it then bundles with, substance, bundles with great performances. If you have all of that, then you can have a movie where you feel like you are treading in the same sort of muddied waters a bunch, where like it's unclear, you can't see the ground of what you're actually stepping on. And then for them to like shift in time as well, like it makes it really exciting, because I was wondering what was the reason that this boat doesn't return, because we go back and forth and they are on this trip. Is one of their actions going to be the cause of this all? Like, does it even matter if it's connected, or it's more conceptually in the mind of like these characters that where all of this is happening? Is it like a collective dream that we're having? Like a lot of this, like it leaves so much open for interpretation. And then also like I said, like shows these little towns as being so dependent on the few people who kept it up, and that they're now
just a little boat of 3 people. Yeah,
exactly. Like that's
and again, the work they're doing,
identity.
Like I was pretty impressed with Callum Turner and George McKay, like, because they looked like they were working on that boat. Yeah. sometimes it's like, oh, you do something, it's like cut, but like here I really had to feel like, damn, they're really going at it at work, and they're really out there for days. It's not like, oh, we leave in the morning and we come back the next day. They really spend a long time on this just tiny little boat that would probably drive a lot of people crazy.
I know, and it's like, it's also whenever they have another shipment, and because it happens like 4 or 5 times in the film where they like are back to fishing, it feels so repetitive, and that's sort of the basis that we have, something to return to. But then they also, you know, romanticize the way of like they wouldn't do anything different than going out to sea. Like some of the characters who are like, I think another one was on the boat and needs them to come back. And I think that's always interesting because like it feels so miserable when they're out there. They're not talking to each other. They're not having a great time. But there's sort of also, that is like sort of like a male thing as well, that you are next to each other, you're not talking, but just doing an activity together is how you connect to someone. And I think that's super interesting here as well. And like he says, also the inspiration for it is like one that explores personal sacrifice, the power of community, and what it means to belong in today's society. The idea took root during the pandemic when I saw the quiet strength of a small community. And again, it feels like a love letter to what keeps us together as a community. It is these like, you know, mutual places that, you know, when we don't get to interact with each other, when we are all like masked up and not like anti-mask or anything, but like that we don't get to interact with each other as much, then there's something lost in community. The more and more it just moves into like anonymous discourse online, right?
Exactly, yeah. I only have really 3 more things to add to this movie. There are some like mysterious elements in this movie. For example, something that a character has written, or that just adds so much to this time travel aspect of this movie. The second thing I have to say is the dialogue. The dialogue is so good because, again, because there are subtitles. Fun. No, they're really written in this sort of like, oh, mate, and so and you sort of had the apostrophe or the shortening of a certain word, and it's like it just adds so much to the atmosphere of this movie. And then, like you said, the red cap. Like honestly, I think it's like 75 years ago that the red shoes came out. Cause like just like 2 years ago, the restoration thing was happening. Yeah. I think the red cap is on the same level as the red shoes, like just 2 clothing pieces that are just going to be iconic in cinema for me. And I hope for many people that actually will watch this movie, because I don't know when it exactly comes out. I don't know
how it was for Envy's Man, I think was the other movie. So far, it is going to be screening at BFI. And
the New York Film Festival, BFI London Film Festival,
and hopefully from there on out it gets distribution.
And the studios that are attached to it are Film 4 and BFI, so it is probably going to be a very limited release, but it will be
in the UK at least. You will be able to see it. It's also, it feels like a love letter to that region specifically. I don't know if they're interested in movies, you know, collectively as much as maybe some of the you know, people who live more towards the city. But also we haven't talked about it, but I like the score quite a bit, which I wrote down.
Oh,
there was
same.
like,
I mean, I was sort of talking
piano
about
tone thing that like it's such a nice.
I was talking about all aspects of sound design, the score, everything.
I loved it. Just the sound of
such a tasty movie.
I felt like I was out at sea with them, and I just wanted them. Oh, exactly. Like I wanted to go back to shore. I wasn't comfortable.
I know this is cliche to say, right? But I could smell it.
You could smell the fish. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like you said, Jerry Grid liked us quite a bit. Gave it a 3.8 out of 5. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
I gave it a 9 out of 10. I am aware some people will not really like this movie. There were a couple of people on Grid that were like, oh, really? For a time travel movie? Maybe it is too niche of a movie. I can totally understand people not getting it for that reason, because like it does demand a bit of patience from you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
As you go to the story. So I can see some people not liking it. But we both really did. And I hope a lot of people... It is my favorite movie of the year so far. Like, I'm like of this year so far. So I
also think George McKay is incredible. Like he has another role in Broken English where he's completely different, does something great here. He's a standout. I'm like now I'm curious about everything he's a part of.
George McKay is definitely an actor that has honestly will keep growing.
Yes.
Because he has, even if the movies he's in have not been perfect, like I haven't watched it, but he was in the end, right?
Yeah. Like
he was in
singing
the
and
end.
everything. Yeah.
Even in The Beast, right, where there's a certain vlogger and he's like, why do women not like me? And it's like,
well, I think it's also like his specific look, the way his eyes are over his brows. He can have both, he can represent that like sort of mania really well, of like that maybe something in the Beast that still has like something dark to him, but also then the vulnerability, and he can be assertive, like, and he's such such a like a great face for that.
Honestly, a multifaceted actor for me. Yeah.
Like going back to 1917, not even with that much dialogue, being able to convey so much, like really, really impressive actor. I'm looking forward to what he does next, and also curious about Mark Jenkins, because he's definitely like, you know, trying out some stuff, not doing like the safe route, and having a clear vision of what he wants to go for, which is
I'm definitely gonna watch Bait. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch Bait. Annie's Man, I have heard a lot of love-hate relationships. People sort of even love or hate that movie, but I will definitely watch Bait and Annie's Man. I will watch those two movies before I rewatch Wolves Nevada.
I mean, that's a risk with a movie like this, right? That you are alienating people by going for something so specific, but because he's staying so true to it all, like there's a lot of love for it that you can harbor as well. Yeah,
you were building that up the whole review. I just know.
No, I literally did not, and that's why I laughed like such a cheeky little bastard, because I was like, wait. Oh my god!
I need to say this. I need to add this to this review. Please don't stop yet. Next up, we got Late Fame. Willem Dafoe had multiple movies at this film festival. Late Fame is one of them, coming from the director Kent Jones. A long time ago, Ed Sackberger wrote a book of poetry that no one ever cared about. When a group of young artists rediscover his work, he must reassess his genius. The wild card in the group is Gloria, a talented and mercurial theater actress who toys with affections and who is all set to be admired by Sackberger. Now, this movie starred Willem Dafoe, also has Greta Lee in it. Ewan, you love this movie more than I did, so I'm gonna hand it over to you, sir.
It almost feels like you're making me bad for liking it, so making me feel bad for liking it so much at one point, because you were like, wait, that high? And like your top 20 as well? I was like, yeah, there was something about this film where I like found it really funny in the way it portrays these young characters, these trust fund babies who are just like really into art and they want to capture it all, but they also want to own it in a way, being so far removed of what usually, you know, great poetry is about, is both the time you have to take to like observe, but also to live. And I feel like they always live it. You live differently when you are like living with so much privilege. Then the movie does sort of comment on that, but Willem Dafoe's Saxberger, who they like, I wrote down in my notes I think like 20 times Saxberger, because they're serious. They call each other by their last names. Like all of it was so painfully like cringe that I was like, this is perfect. I love it. It makes me so uncomfortable. These guys fucking suck. And then he gets like, because he gets that adoration out of them, or just appreciation, or gets to relive his work, like what is it going on internally in Saxberger and Willem Dafoe's mind, we don't have complete access to, because it feels like for a lot of it he just goes along for the ride, and you're wondering like, is this sad? Is it good for him? Is this a second opportunity? Is it all false? Is it like, what is his motivation? Is he just pining after Greta Lee? Because can't fault the guy for that one. I would do the same. But I just found it to be so captivating in what Willem Dafoe does with this character who doesn't give us much. So yeah, I was just kind of enamored by him, which I feel like the movie itself is all right, but it's one of those ones where Willem Dafoe, I feel like, brings it to another level.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, what did you think?
You know, for me, it's sort of, I don't know. I'm a bit torn on it, because at some point, you know, the movie doesn't really explore the thing that it's naming itself as, which is Late Fame.
Yeah.
I wanted more of the feeling that Willem Dafoe is sort of this has-been and has given up on his dream, and I didn't really feel that. I'm thinking about movies like The Lost Movie Star, Birdman, Nebraska. I sort of wanted that feeling from Willem Dafoe. That sort of has been like, oh.
But wouldn't that be just a fantasy of it all? This is more
no, because
to me.
these young people are sort of giving him that feeling, and he's not really doing it more. He's sort of like, I'm just happy to be around this. Oh, thank you guys, thank you, and especially in its ending, sort of.
Well, don't spoil it.
Pulling that card again. Yeah, I'm not spoiling anything, but you are sort of, retreading it back again, leaving this guy essentially sort of lonely again. That was not a spoiler, right?
I don't know. Depending on the definition of someone who might be interested in it, it might be. I don't know.
For a New York City movie, because they are writing poems about New York and the whole thing, I did not feel a single connection. Like, honestly, I feel like this movie could have taken place in any big American city. I honestly felt a bit disappointed by it. Because, New York, there are many great New York movies. And I just did not feel that with this movie. While, it's so connected to the city.
It's one of the things that he mentions in the director's statement as well, that, like, he says, I could see, he read the script, he didn't write the script, Ken Jones, and could see the, like, New York of now and the New York of a now vanished past, one delicately layered over the other, and I could feel the presence of poetry, forever fragile, and its very best, and at its very best, forever free. It's like weirdly.
I did not feel any of that.
I didn't feel that either. That's why I'm saying that I think the strongest aspect was from whatever I got out of Willem Dafoe, who is like, it feels like he conveys not really knowing what he's doing quite well. Maybe I'm just reading into it more than that actually was of substance anywhere. I also didn't love Greta Lee's character, who's like very in your face, very performative, and then it like slightly breaks that down of the facade that she tries to keep up, and the sort of connection that those two have, which might be a bit of romance there, which is a bit odd with the like age difference. I just had a really good time because I just enjoyed the movie. I don't think I'm taking anything like bigger away from it. It's also only 90 minutes, and to me it felt like it was very short as well. Like it didn't feel like a long runtime. It never dragged,
unlike another Willem Dafoe movie at this festival.
Yes, yeah, we'll get to that later on. And the other thing about like what you brought up, that you wanted to see more of that like late fame actually explored, is I found it more interesting that someone has never had that fame, or maybe if he had that fame at one point and not, like, I don't think it would have changed much, but then how it is taken by others, and used as a way where they don't truly interact with it. They just like someone, like for their aesthetics. It's that sort of performative side of it all, where they want to be their own people, but they don't care to listen to anyone else. So it all feels like so hollow and fake of what you ultimately try to reconnect to, and to like to bring something back. To me, like almost was also about like how we remake and reappreciate things, and how they are just tangled with finance, and like evaluating something on how many fans it can get, other than like the actual substance of the poetry that was initially written, that you're not getting back to. So this late fame is all like fake and hollow if you want to like praise something again, if you're not doing it from the right place. And like that's something that I just really felt that maybe the movie itself doesn't like talk about specifically that well. But I saw it in it. That's why like I liked it probably more than.
Well, we also really haven't talked about the group that admires Willem Dafoe's character.
Yeah.
And they are, sort of a bunch of privileged children, especially one, the leader of the group, should I say, even though they argue about, who made you leader?
Who's the leader?
Because you say you didn't like Greta Lee's character. Well, I don't think you're really supposed to, but at least she's an intriguing character. Whereas the other ones, I'm just frustrated watching them. So that also adds to the, I don't really care.
I know. They're frustrating. And that's like, to me, I was like, oh, that's like, they're supposed to be frustrating.
I know.
And
right, for me, it doesn't add to the movie.
Exactly.
It detracts from it. Yeah.
And for me, it's easy to hate on rich kids. So like trust fund baby. So it's like fuck yeah, you guys suck. And then it's still like it doesn't write them off as nothing but that. They do have an actual interest in it, but they are more, it is also like speaking to loneliness in a way as well, where he is looking for the camaraderie of people who see him for what he's capable to do, like not with the other people, with the working guys at the bar that he goes to. They don't see him as these others do, and maybe it's like getting caught up in people adore me because I did something great, and others just see you as their equal. So it's like grappling with, do I want that fame? Do I feel like I deserve it? And these others are lesser than me. I think like a couple of these ideas get touched on, but they might not be developed enough. They like feel a bit too quick.
You hit it right on the nose for me.
Boom. Yeah, exactly. I ended up with an 8 out of 10. It's a soft 8. It might be more like a 7.5 out of 10 though, as time goes on. But come on, Willem Dafoe and Greta Lee in the same movie, like.
Alright, fine. I originally gave it a 5, but I'll go maybe a 5.5 out of 10.
Oh my god. Swaying opinions. So it balances out as to the same average, I guess.
And that's why we discuss these movies.
Exactly. And on our jury grid, a bunch of people watched this one as well. They gave it a 3.43 out of 5, which is actually pretty high.
3.4.
Yeah, 3.4 out of 5, which is almost like a 7 out of 10. So pretty good rating overall. And I think so people were screaming for Greta Lee to get the
best actress prize and Orizzonti. Yeah, I was that person.
What?
So Ewan, we talked about father, mother, sister, brother. We've talked about mother. Now it's time for our father.
Let's talk about Father, the life of a man after he experiences forgotten baby syndrome, unintentionally leaving his infant daughter in the backseat of his car. And the story plays out in a bunch of really long takes, usually around like 20 minutes
15,
plus.
15 to 20.
Where Milan Ondřej, who in our opinion should have gotten the best actor award of this section. I don't know, that was a huge oversight to not give it to him, because he takes us along, and I say take us along because we spend so much time with him where in moments where we feel like there's not a lot happening. And in the director's statement, Tereze Novotova, sorry for butchering your name, directly describes that, you know, we are supposed to spend time in those in-between moments, that you know, you can't really do an episodic version of the story, because she describes it as flicking through a photo album at a funeral. You're skipping over those moments that are painful, that we never really look at, and it is then not losing itself in just you know, dwelling in the like horrific moments, but it is trying to show like a full facet of the facets of someone who's going through something like this. And I think the way that this movie structures itself, where we are along for the whole car ride of him dropping his kid off at school, going to work, and then going inside, and we later realize that he never did like part of what we saw play out, as like that's something in his mind that he didn't connect with, that forgotten baby syndrome, makes us like complicit in that action of him not doing it, because we just as much didn't tell him, no, bring it, you still have your daughter in the back seat, right? We can't scream at him in this during the movie, because that's like what we see happen is like everything's okay, and then everything is not okay, and then we see the rest of it play out as he tries to grapple with it. And then she also describes it in the director's statement as ultimately this movie ended up being like a love story, the kind of love that happens when you lose everything. So a lot of it becomes about him and his wife and how they deal with it, how others view it, and how they are like moving past something like this, something that you can't ever move past. I think the movie itself is interesting. It's not like, you know, perfect from beginning to end. I don't think it's like a masterpiece in any stretch of the imagination, but because the central performance is so strong, this was a standout for us as well. But Kev, what did you think about it?
The one things compliment the actor's performance. It complements it more than it is to its detriment. And I would say Father, because we have seen Father as a screener, so we saw it before the film festival. and that movie still has stayed with me. Like, I talked to my family about this movie because its situation is so bonkers to me.
It's terrifying. Yeah.
Indeed, it's terrifying, and there are people that in this movie, and even to me, said like, "Oh, I would never, like forget a kid in the back of the car." But it's like, hey, have you forgotten your keys? Have you forgotten your wallet in the car?
That's never the same. Well, it's my kid. I would never forget that. I was like,
exactly, but it's actually, it could happen to all of us, especially if we have a certain routine and we are so sure, oh, we sort of skipping that. And in the movie they explain it as well in the courtroom.
Which also I think added a lot to it, because it ended up being like, is he in the right or in the wrong about this, and why did it happen? And ultimately for this character, it's, I don't fucking care what you do with me. You can lock me away for the rest of time, right? It's like that pain that he has to live with. Was it his fault? Is there a syndrome that explains it? Like everything. That is his reality now. He's never going to escape that one, and like he has to live with that. And I think that is like never, like not something that in front of a courtroom would get resolved, or like like not that sort of. And the movie is not, it's showing that part of it, but it's not fully interested in like cultural reaction for everyone, like or let's normalize forgotten babysitting. Like it's not about that. It's ultimately about the internal conflict that he has to wrestle with for the rest of his life in these long takes. And and
these long takes, they're picked very well at a certain point in his life. You have the what comes before it. You have the inciting incident when he forgets it. By the way, he does forget the kid, or like his daughter, in the backseat of his car on one of the hottest days of the year. So that just makes the situation even more grueling. But just because I was thinking about Moonlight, you have your 3 section of Moonlight, right? But I don't really like the 3rd section, because I'm way more interested what happened between the 2nd and the 3rd section. For me personally, like every section is as interesting, because while the movie does a great trick in the beginning of showing us his routine and then sort of making us complicit with him, like you said, all the what comes in the aftermath of that situation is as interesting to me. It's just the ending did not floor me. It's just, I felt like it was sort of an easy way out, or like a cop out, even though it is based on true events. That will definitely, that's tangible. Like, it is not a made up situation. This has definitely happened to people. I just don't know if the ending has also happened to a certain person, and I died. But I will say this movie is definitely one of the most emotionally engaging ones, one of the most emotionally devastating ones. It's definitely the top 3, definitely top 5, maybe top 3 of the most emotionally devastating movies of the film festival. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, to me, it like, I think I could see what it's going for. I really like the central performance, but then to actually go beyond the inciting incidents and the few moments after, I think the back end of the film didn't have like a sort of the same immediacy that the first one had, with like the longer takes, where that really was able to like show and get deeper and with this character. So I ended up giving this only a 6 out of 10, but again, praising the lead performance once more.
Absolutely.
But instead of I guess
well, now we're going from our winner to the actual winner.
The actual winner. A Year of School, which is called Un anno di scuola, ended up getting the Best Actor award for Giacomo Covi. That's the guy in the movie for you, Kevin, with the long hair. This one's,
I know, the leather jacket.
The leather jacket guy, yeah, exactly. And this story takes place in 2007, where Fred, a 17-year-old girl who just moved from Sweden to northeast Italy, enrolls for her high school senior year, finding herself the only female student in an all-male class. Lively and good-looking, she quickly becomes the center of attention, especially for free classmates. Antero, charming and reserved, Passini, a cocky womanizer, and Mittis, gruff and Satius. I don't know what that word is, but that's what Mythis is. The three have been best friends for as long as they can remember, but Fred's arrival puts their long-standing bond to the test. As each of the guys secretly desires Fred for himself, she yearns to be accepted into the group and be considered one of them, but is asked to sacrifice more and more in order to belong. Already that fucking synopsis is rubbing me the wrong way. This movie, I think, is one of those coming of age stories that comes from a woman who's speaking from her own experience of belonging in the world that is very patriotic and driven by, male standards that they have to belong into, and then it depicts that story for the whole runtime, and then says at the end, oh, it was actually a critique of that whole thing the whole time, and we never really feel that. Ultimately, you're just playing out the maybe sort of lived reality that you're trying to represent, but then I'm not getting anything like out of this. There's nothing really to. It's just a standard coming of age, then like locked in maybe some of the realities of 2007. And we discussed it, like especially the opening of this film, which sees basically this all male class just like pine over this 17-year-old girl by like basically like sexually assaulting her, like first day just giving her a kiss unasked for, like stealing her towel and having her like walk home.
Stealing her clothes.
Stealing her clothes, having that she has to like walk home in a towel, which to me was like, what do you do? Just go get some other clothes at the school. It's a school, man. It's not, you don't have to like walk home in a towel. Like from there on out, I was like, oh, this lead character is like doing weird things, and then everyone around her is being so unbearably just a fucking asshole, and then we are supposed to believe that she wants to be in with that group. It just never worked for me. I found the whole movie quite annoying, every single character in it. Yeah, Kev, what did you think?
Like you said, the opening 10 to 15 minutes are so souring to watch that even though there are some heartfelt moments after, I just never believed them. It's just the movie's opening was structured differently. Like, I would still not give it a positive score, but I definitely would have given it a high score because I would actually believe it, right? If she only went to Giacomo Covi's character and later the two other friends sort of warm up to her, like, I could have believed it. But they are complicit in sort of bullying her on her first days, on her first week. Yeah. And from that point on, the
one
father
of the two is the one that just kisses her, literally, like one of them.
Also, so it's bonkers to me. There is the father, because the father also has a certain job that doesn't get explored. Like, there's just one character that's like, oh my god, that's what your father does? I don't like you. And it's like, that's the only thing that gets highlighted about himself as a character, because you think, oh, I will support my daughter, because in the first scene after the first day when she comes home, they do have a conversation or a dialogue about how school was, and from that point on we do never see him again.
Yeah, and then he's back for one moment, basically saying boys will be boys, essentially, to like break it down a lot. There's one more scene that he has. He basically is in a different analogy. He's saying that like she's the apple around other fruits, and because she's around a bunch of men, the apple is making them ripen quicker, and that's what she's doing. That she's like further ahead, because usually that's what it like. This movie is like, obviously it's not.
Have you read the director's statement yet?
She writes men's bodies, their corpability, bearing, and dress convey their potential and abilities, while women's bodies communicate what they can and cannot, what can and cannot be done to them. And like she says, there's a profound and pervasive asymmetry in the way we perceive men and women. Right? It's about our perception. I don't think this movie does anything, if that's the critique, to say anything about that, other than just like playing out these same things. And it's like, well, yes, this is something we don't like. Let's just show something we don't like and say we don't like it. That's nothing. What the fuck are you doing? And then it like sort of has a self-righteous way of like ending all of this, where it wants to end with this character being sort of in quiet resilience to it all, being above it, like
looking more mature as well in terms of clothing. And
exactly, and it's just like basically making. I get what she's going for. She's making that statement of like, this is the world I live in, and I'm just going to keep my head held high and continue on. Right? Yeah. I'm going to be more mature and like accept the world I live in, which is frustrating, right? It's also a bit depressing that she's not fighting against some of these things, because I don't want to spoil the movie too much, but there's, you know, the romance, then there's the drama of like one of them being in the romance, and then the fallout of, you know, who did they go with? Do they go with the new girl who they had in the group, or are they going to alienate and blame her for all of their problems now, and go they go back into the core group that they've had all life long, and then it becomes like really misogynistic, like a lot of bullying that feels just kind of cruel, and then like you said, like the dad doing a job that people don't like it feels like it needs to have a moment where this character needs to go through like a ton, and like all of it coming crashing down on her, while a lot of the movie is then beforehand in the montages of their friendship, and there's no substance in like why they like each other, and it can be really surface level of just like, you know, a bunch of teenagers who find each other attractive and like each other's company. That's fine, but if you then go for something more of the like route of why this whole group is destabilized, and wanna like sort of look back on it as well, like with a bit time removed in the story, like, you know, them having them interact later on, there needs to be more, like otherwise it just feels really hollow and bland, and that's
they're also doing all the things because they're also like sort of this movie is also promoting some weird stuff. It's like it is promoting alcohol abuse, it is promoting self-abuse, it is saying so many weird things, and it's just coming off as like teenagers be teenagers and crazy. It's like,
and there's also like nude sex scenes where I'm like wondering if this is all about like not like, obviously you can make a movie that is about like passion and sex and sexual exploration and, you know, all of that. I don't think that this was the place for it all. Like, it feels like you don't know really what you wanted to go with in this movie, and there's no actual core to it all. There's no intentionality behind much of anything. It feels like it was clear that it wanted to have like that sort of moment at the end. It also drags a lot. Like it's a full song that plays as like that character walks like into the sunset, and it's like just a lot of things rub me the wrong way.
Again, there are only two redeeming qualities about this one, and it's the main actress.
She's great.
I think she does. Yeah, she's pretty good. Actually, no, she's the only redeeming quality. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, that is pretty much it. Yeah, we both gave it a 3 out of 10. Yeah, this one's playing at some other festivals. I can definitely see that like people are like, "What the fuck are you guys on about?" Like, this is a lot of fun. But I feel like if you go with the director's statement of what she's trying to say and what the movie actually is, those two things do not align. Like I know that there was a tension. I don't think it works.
But again, if you're interested in the movie, I mean, the movie had a 3.4 on Letterboxd. We have a couple of people at the film festival. We rated a 4 out of 5. I mean, only us two and one other person on the jury grid sort of disliked this movie. So they called it the worst movie of the film festival. I don't really remember if it was the lowest on my thing. But yeah, not good.
There were two Willem Dafoe movies playing at the festival, one of them being Late Fame, which I liked at least quite a bit, and the other one being The Souffleur, a short movie coming in at a runtime of 78 minutes that unfortunately to us felt still painfully long in what it was going for. It's by Gaston Solnicki, and it is about Lucius Glantz, a veteran hotel manager in Vienna who fights to save his beloved establishment from a scheming realtor's plan to demolish it, leading to a clash of wills that even affects the hotel's renowned soufflé recipe. I actually did not know that was going on in the story. That I'm reading that for the first time. I was like, yeah, there was a soufflé thing, right? But I don't care. This takes place in my beloved city of Vienna. Vienna is like, I'm not from Vienna, but it is probably my favorite town in the world. It's such a beautiful city. So being a story about like, you know, something being broken down and maybe taken away from its history and the importance of it all, I was kind of frustrated how much time we spent inside a pretty bland looking hotel of these tableau aesthetics, locked off shots where not a lot is going on, and I know this will be, you know, for some people like exactly their type of shit. We just both found it painfully boring, and even Willem Dafoe wasn't able to like save like any of it, unfortunately.
And he's the GOAT.
And he is the GOAT. He's like in so many movies, and obviously in smaller ones, he's willing to get really, you know, just entrust someone with their vision and be along for it. Go along with it. It's also it comes in from like an Argentine investor who comes in and wants to like take this over. The director is Argentinian, so it's like it's about like bringing in that foreigner's perspective into like a town that he like obviously like isn't from, and I don't know why. I don't know why a lot. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Kevin, can you save me? I don't know, man. It was nothing. Really, it's just a nothing movie.
It has a couple of moments because he has to take care of the hotels, and there's like an ice skating rink in the basement, but there's an ice skating rink outside the hotel where everyone is actually spending their time at and not inside the hotel. So sort of to say like, oh, look how dead this hotel is. And there are like a couple of comedic moments, whether it be with like the cleaning crew or something. But I want to read something from the director's statement. At first sight, the film might seem classic in its narrative, but when taking a closer look at its tissue, it's made of cinematic detail. The film moves towards the mud, the place of all creation.
Is that making allegory that humans were created from? Isn't that like some religious thing?
I don't know.
Humans were created from mud, or like is it?
I don't know. But when I'm thinking about mud, I'm thinking about the mud the pig lies in and where the pig shit. And this is where the movie belongs for me. Yeah, that
what you just said though with the ice rink is what this movie wants to tell, the story of someone who loves this hotel and wants it to be alive still, but it's not anymore. Other things have taken over maybe its place, and then, you know, fighting against the sort of modernization, I guess, taking that away. Like it then doesn't give us the clear perspective other than the guy really wants it to remain the same. It like then it should show us maybe more what it's taken away. And it's just it is very like the direction is incredibly bland and obviously intentional. I just don't fuck with that sort of filmmaking. I found it really boring where we are basically having cut-ins of just people saying who they are throughout the whole movie, and it's like sort of not tied into, like, it's not showing us a character and then a scene of theirs plays out so we get the context, which would be an interesting narrative framework of like breaking the fourth wall in that way. But it's just a series of moments that feel like loosely connected, and that makes up the narrative. But there's no like drive or no, like obviously we are moving linearly of him like trying to you know, he's hating on that investor guy who's, I think, for a part of the story not even there, but his daughter is there, and there's also Willem Dafoe has a daughter who's managing the hotel with him.
No, he's working at the hotel.
Yeah, well, you know, she's not managing it. She's, I guess, just working there. Yeah, you're right.
But he wants job security for her. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this just had a ton of long takes without purpose. Like I described it to you that way, that like at one point he's like fixing something, and we spent the whole time with him fixing it.
Literally the first shot, yeah.
And then it cuts before he fixes it, right? So it's like the act of doing it is not him. He doesn't actually get there. And I think this whole movie is like about that. Like he's trying to fix something that he's not actually getting there. And that whole shot is like, that's the movie. That's the whole movie. And we love a shot that represents the whole movie. But no, when
I'm surprised you also haven't mentioned just the random shot of people being like, I'm this person.
No, I mentioned
I
that.
have
That's
this
what I
job.
said, like the cut-in. That's
Oh,
what
you
I
have?
meant. Yeah,
Oh,
when they introduce
well,
each other.
bro, this movie's so boring. I zoned out of it.
Spaced.
Again, I'm not one to trash the movies, but if a movie stoops this low, even with the GOAT that is Willem Dafoe.
And another thing in the director's
You failed.
statement that like you can see what he tried to do is he says a story that expands in multiple directions like a gaseous state where the correspondences between different layers of the film have the biggest importance, like a polyphony which can't be tracked down to a single singing voice. Unexpected harmonics end up playing an important role in the film. So if you don't know what polyphony is, like that's sort of literally like, you know, music coming together, like notes coming together to make a whole thing, right? And I don't think, like I said, that first shot represents the whole movie, that anything that comes after it is adding to the polyphony. It's just noise. And yeah, then I would rather listen to like 80 minutes of just the streets of you know, Vienna in like back home style, where we just get like different architecture shots and maybe some animals, maybe even a cat. Like that would be more up my speed than whatever this tried to do.
Give me the Ryuichi Sakamoto piano movie, please.
Yes, that, oh my gosh, those two things together, that would be amazing. Oh yeah, now I'm maybe I gotta make a movie, man. Maybe I gotta make a movie. But yeah, we both
I gave
give
the Souffleur a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, me too. Also a 4
Honestly,
out of 10.
Fuck it, 3 out of 10. It has soured on me. It has soured on me. I do not care. I do not care.
This one's playing at the Zurich Film Festival as well, and I know some people
he's
who
playing
might
at Ghent as well. Yeah,
there might be some people who love this movie, and then I'm like, I do have to pick their brain.
Maybe
we'll
a
have to
handful
pick
of
their
them.
brain. Yeah.
Now, Apple, then Ron Gratenerit had a new movie out with human resource. Working in HR at a challenging company, Friend interviews young new hires and is secretly 1 month pregnant, grappling with the decision to have a child in difficult circumstances. Ewan, what did you think about this movie? I'm so fucking happy I got it right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I highlighted the whole director statement because it's short and concise, and I think it is like great, telling you a lot about the film and what he was going for. So I'm just going to read it verbatim. Apart from death, the act of bringing a new life into the world compels us to reflect on the true meaning of life and its connections to family, society, the economy, politics, religion, and science. In the past decade, the decline in birth rates in many parts of the world reflects a shared sentiment of people in this era. Human Resource is a film that explores and captures contemporary human life, the shifting definition of family, and existence in a world that will never be the same again. And damn, those are some bars to like basically be confident. Do we need to add anything?
I think we can wrap up.
The movie does speak for itself, but it is definitely one that isn't, you know, super digestible. It's not, you know, as easy to maybe get into. It's like playing with those sort of frustrations of a character that is unsure about like what she's supposed to do, that sees herself a cog in a bigger machine that she has no way of, you know, kind of stopping. She's just along for it and has to make decisions that she's not comfortable with, and is making me uncomfortable for her alongside it. And I found it to be like a really difficult world to live in alongside her. The movie is shot like beautifully, like a lot of backdrops where they're outside of windows and you can see the whole like town in the background, the whole city, just how small she is in comparison to that as well. I think there's a lot of like clever ways to stage the blocking, the cinematography use, but I also think this movie is like really well performed and well written, that I think apart from maybe, you know, it's got 2 hours and 2 minutes long runtime, it does drag a tiny bit for it to be like this punchy thing that is easy to recommend. I think other than that, in its substance, there's a lot there that I really appreciate. In
terms of like, you know how in zombie movies, apocalyptic movies, they're like, and like if somebody's pregnant, they're like, am I gonna bring a kid into this world? And the apocalyptic world in this one, it's HR. So yeah. It is sort of comparable, I guess. Well, yeah, in some way.
It's sort of the also because she sees how it is like to how she has to lie to people about like how a job is actually going to be like, and that's still their best outcome. So think
I mean, after a work incident, after a specific working incident, for the next person they're hiring for that job, because after that incident, the original person left and they have to rehire, and they actually ask the person that's interviewing, would you be okay with this, which they are referring to the incident?
Well, yeah, if someone throws stuff at you, like little bits of paper or something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'd be okay with that. It's like, oh, no, that's ridiculous. Yeah, no, that's fine with me.
And then later we see that exact character and they're like in another state. Like they're not in as a euphoric state as we saw them in the actual interview. Which makes just that hard reality even more real.
Yeah, because it's all just placating in these like HR interviews and these job interviews for you to get the job. So you decide that like once they get hired, the person being interviewed, but also the interviewers being really desperate to get some people who also are playing hardball on them. So like it's a back and forth of who they actually want, and both of them are not getting who they want out of it, if that makes sense.
And like you said, honestly, I would sort of compare this movie with Grand Ciel, right? The site, because at a certain point she is pregnant, and she isn't liking the job at all. But it is also a little bit of a tale of job security. So it's like, should I leave? Should I not leave? And also, like you said, with the framing on this movie, I sort of had like a Playtime vibe when she was at work, because when she's at work, you just see all other buildings that are also offices just there. So it really feels like a sterile, mundane environment that is just incredibly dull. So that really adds to this the feeling of this world. Really like this one. Again, my only flaw really is with the pacing of this movie. It is a bit of a slow one that is not as rewarding for our patience. That's really the only flaw I can give this movie.
I mean, she's also always like a product of whoever's around her, like with her partner. He's someone who's like has this stern look about like certain things that they keep going back in the same like basically street where a bunch of people are like riding their bikes through, and he's not willing to yield to them to like make a point. So there's this whole like subplot where that escalates in a way where it feels like at every step along the way, that's another reminder for her that like in this world, this is like
that people have like a sort of pent up anger and frustration, right?
And they are willing to just like wait for someone to be able to let it out on. And her partner is specifically that as well, that he's not a well-rounded person who's willing to like to de-escalate. He's one in part of escalating because he thinks he's speaking from a place where he's right, he gets to do this. And then it's also like about this male-dominated patriarchal world where there's no safe place for her, even where just existing in it alongside in this company also makes her complicit in the actions that are happening, that are weighing on her as well. I found this to be like a really, really telling and kind of concerning portrait of a modern world that, like, this movie, it's one of the films that I've thought about the most, being now almost 2 weeks removed from the festival itself. Yeah, I think this is really strong. That again, I think it's just a bit too long. I think it could like cut down. But other than that, like
it has the film festival itis, if you have to call it.
Yeah,
like,
and also has that sort of pacing, right? It's not going to be no other choice. Sort of bam, bam, bam at all turns. You got to watch it twice to even catch it. It's like longer moments. But then I say this lead performance, Fren, is someone who has like, there's so much there. So yeah, I ended up still only giving this a 7 out. I'm moving it up to a 7.5, Kevin. You know what?
Aww.
I'm feeling cheeky. I'm
giving it a 7 out of 10. And funnily, our jury is also giving it a 7 out of 10 because their score is a 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah, notably, so I think Alex gave this like a perfect rating as well. So there might have been some people who were lower on it than the two of us were. So just go in with, what we discussed. I guess if you want to watch this yourself. That I don't know, might not be for everyone, but I really liked it. The Iranian filmmaker Ali Asghari had a new film that played in the Orizzonti section as well, called Divine Comedy. It's about Bahram. He's a 40-year-old filmmaker who has spent his entire career making films in Turkish Azari, none of which have ever been screened in Iran. His latest work, once again denied permission by the Ministry of Culture, pushes him to the edge of defiance. With his sharp-tongued Vespa-riding producer Sada by his side, he embarks on an underground mission to showcase his film to an Iranian audience, dodging government censors, absurd bureaucracy, and his own self-doubts. I think this movie is quite fourth-wall breaking because it depicts Bahram arc and his brother, who's Bahaman arc, and they're both real filmmakers that I think both of them have like had films play at some festivals as well. Bahram has also been in Terrestrial Versus, which is something that is like in one of the first scenes that's like reference to that he was in an Ali Asghari film. So there's like a very like meta level to all of this. The question is also, it's not one of those films where you need to know all of that history to get what it's going for. It is very apparent in the sort of commentary it makes. It's like he also says it's grounded in realism, yet uses cinematic form to heighten the absurdity of the world it portrays. It reflects the static, suffocating Iranian bureaucracy, that it's a fictionalized version of these two brothers, and that also Sada Asghari is the real version of herself that she plays. Apparently she's been banned after she went to attended Gun for a film in 2002, I believe. She's been banned from working in Iran herself, and there's a lot of humor that he says is supposed to arise from the comedy of the absurdity of this repression and the convoluted censorship system that collapses under its contradictions. To me, this movie just lacked a bit of oomph, a bit of pace to itself. I think it had an interesting core, a good idea to itself, but then it was so much about that absurdity, that frustration you have from the censorship ended up bringing this movie itself, that was commenting on it, a bit to a halt, a bit too much to me. But how did you feel, Kevin?
I think you're dead again, right on the nail with the oomph, because Iranian cinema over the last few years has been fantastic, I must say. And that is particularly because they are never always oh, look at the regime. They're always pointing to a specific thing that is wrong with the regime, whether it's the death sentence, whether it's marriage, whether it's all facets in terms of clothing, of what you can wear in public. They've done a lot of things on specific topics,
working for the government and how that affects a family. Yeah,
exactly. And now here we have Divine Comedy, and I went to the late night press screening because the Orizzonti press screenings are usually late at night, so I went to the 10 o'clock 10:30 version of this one, and everyone was actually pretty hyped in the beginning. We were laughing out loud because there's a scene where he's sitting down with the ministry, but you don't see him, the ministry, they don't have a face, so that way they sort of stay an institution, but they only show the director, who is sort of making his arguments as to hey, I've made a great film, can I please show it to anyone? Can I test screen it perhaps to know what audiences will think? And there are very absurd arguments in there comparing him to Scorsese and all things, so that's very funny. But as the movie went on, honestly, the laughs turned into chuckles, and then oftentimes just turned into dead silence. And maybe we were tired, maybe it was just that the movie sort of fizzles out, and I do think it's a case of the latter.
I do believe it's the same. I watched this in the Pala Beniale, where all of the big screenings, big public screenings happen. I watched this at the public one because it didn't fit into my schedule otherwise. Right. And there was a few laughs, especially for those moments where there are reference to other movies where people connected to it, but the commenting on like the frustrations of the Iranian regime was something that barely anyone even like made noise for. Like, it was a really quiet screening. And you said this, that like people were enjoying themselves, especially at the beginning. Not even that was happening, that sort of engagement with this film. So like for that screening. So I don't know how much it actually connected with them. Like you said, like they laser focus on something usually, which, you know, shows the problems with the whole regime, and this one is trying to maybe go a bit too broad in just being concerned about like showing this movie, because ultimately you also hinge it on, okay, this movie needs to be worth all of that effort, when it tries to make the point of like no, even if this movie is like I like that's what I'm taking away from it. This movie doesn't need to be like a great masterpiece, but it shouldn't be this difficult to just make a movie in a language from a certain guy, and that just all be censored over and over again for no like real reason, and taking away that representation. I think it like neither is that funny nor that insightful, and just feels a bit lackluster then overall. I don't have much else to say.
I agree.
About
that's why I gave it a 5 out of 10, because I do think it sort of stays in the middle lane of both, and doesn't, actually, dedicate itself to one. Which probably, if it said like, I'm dedicating this to being comedy, which granted would be a bit weird for an Iranian movie. Maybe the only other Iranian movie that balances some comedic beats well was probably Hijra.
Which he also was a part of, actually.
Oh, right.
So that,
but this movie fails at doing that. So yeah, again, I gave it a 5 out of 10.
I gave it a 6 out of 10. And another thing that really like makes me connect less with a movie is when all of its characters basically stand for one thing and there's nothing more to it. And then if you have great setups for comedy, that can work to the benefit of reducing them down. But because he's just a guy who just wants to screen his movie, and then he's has someone who supports him on the Vespa, and that's basically all their relationship is as well. There's not much more to them. Then it becomes really bland really quickly, because it's broad enough that it never gets too specific, in my opinion. A bit lackluster, so 6 out of 10 for me. The best screenplay award went to The Ivy, also known as Hiedra. This one's about Azucena, a woman in her 30s who approaches Julio, a teenage boy living in a group home for reasons he doesn't understand. As they spend time together, an uneasy closeness grows, changing the shape of a bond neither expected to find. Yeah, this is another one of those festival movies that you know nothing about going into it, and then it portrays this dynamic between two characters that is uncomfortable, and then the question is, do you get something out of it? And I think for reasons of like what this movie ends up being at the core, it's hard to talk about because inherently there's a spoiler attached to it. So I don't know, Kevin, how much we can even get into it. I can see what the filmmaker is going for here. Like she also says she seeks the silent atmosphere, a singular scent that lingers, a sort of feeling that overarches about someone who has been stunted in their development, like with the older character, that then connects with someone who's never known that sort of parental figure in his life, that is supposed, like, he's taking on that role a bit in the group of his friend group of the people who are like all orphans. I think this movie spends a lot of time with the sort of playful getting to know each other, and then it has a couple of like pretty outrageous moments. Yeah, as they grow closer, that's when I was the most interested in it, but I think ultimately, like, at the message that it sends out, I don't know if there's like a ton to get out of this film, and I think you didn't really connect with it, right?
Oh no. The only real thing that I remember about this movie is the sort of, insane plot twist at the end that we, for obvious reasons, can't say for spoiler reasons.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to talk about this movie because anything I say is going to be considered a spoiler. So
yeah, it's hard to talk about.
Anything. It's quite tough to say anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, what you can feel is that she's working with non-professional actors, and says like they carry a hypnotic way of being in the world before the camera. I feel like a lot of it just feels people are talking over each other, and like it's that sort of energy that is a bit chaotic. So all of that like group energy feels like we are just getting to a point where they can maybe exit the story a bit more, so it focuses on these two that the story is actually about. Then it plays with our expectations of what is actually happening with a twist that I kind of saw like very far away. I was wondering, okay, when are we getting there? And then I feel like it doesn't spend enough time with that. But again, it's like we can't talk about it without mentioning it, so it's kind of redundant. I think we can just say that we don't fully recommend the film, unfortunately. So I don't know if it's
honestly,
even worked.
it's unfortunately a mid as hell festival movie.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, you gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave it a 6 out of 10. I don't think we have much else to say about The Ivy.
But we do have much to say about the next movie, which honestly for us is the most overlooked film of the film festival. Ewan, it is Lost Land.
Lost Land from Akio Fujimoto. In hope of reuniting with their scattered family, 4-year-old Shafi and his 9-year-old sister Samira leave a Rohingya refugee camp in Bangladesh on a perilous journey to reach Malaysia. And this movie really, I think, kind of blew us away in the way that it's depicting this journey for these two characters through their eyes. Pretty much from the get-go, they are, well, pretty early on, I think, at least it feels for me, for when like this movie made an impact on me, these two brother and sister are left to themselves. And reading from the director's statement as well, there's like actually working with a lot of people who have made this journey, those two being from Rohingya, having that like authentic experience. Like I don't know if specifically these two kids what their experience is, but like I said that it feels so documentary like in the it's not filmed like a documentary, but the way that they act feels so true. I found this movie really captivating, really heartbreaking, really taking you along for this ride that is devastating and really scary too. I was really scared for those kids, and that like being scared is very warranted. It's not like romanticizing would be the wrong word, but like oversimplifying like how hard it is to make this journey, especially as a kid. Like having them fend for themselves, and so many people having to do the same, and then this whole genocide also being kind of covered up and not a taboo to talk about, even though it happened not that long ago in like 2017. What did you think about Lost Land?
Lost Land, again, these sort of stories, these type of stories usually get told in a less is more way. Let's just look at Green Border. It's shot in black and white, and it's very much sort of documentary like. There's no real, I don't remember specifically like a score or anything. And with Lost Land, it truly uses everything in its toolbox to bring the story to the screen. Why I'm saying like the score of this movie is really good. The kid performances of this movie are really good, and that is because they're authentic. They've actually have experienced this, fleeing. So it's devastating for me. This movie is, again, Ewan knows how high of a compliment this is. For me, Lost Land is this year's Stolen of the Venice Film Festival. Lost Land for me is on the same level as Io Capitano, as Capernaum, two absolutely fantastic movies. So I don't really have much more to say about this movie otherwise than it is emotionally devastating. And the fact that you see these people, when these two kids go on this journey, there's a constant struggle of who to trust, who is actually going to take care of us, who is actually going to take advantage of our situation. Oh, we need more money, but they're like actual just little kids, so they're sort of stuck and sort of relying on other people within their community. So it is a beautiful but both an ugly movie in terms of story, obviously, not in terms of, like the movie itself. It's a really, really strong one.
There's one thing, because it's told from their perspective the whole time, that is like, it's not giving you moments to say like, oh, someone was left behind, someone died, someone whatever, because they just keep moving in a sort of really innocent, unaware way as well, which is the part that is so devastating to me in all of these conflicts, is that the kids just keep moving, and you're wondering, how do you keep moving? It's because they know nothing different, and it's so sad. And there's also one thing, the like, to giving you the sort of time frame. It basically does like written out day whatever. Because I had a screener, I was able to verify and check this, that like at the beginning it's way more cleanly written out, and then it becomes more and more the handwriting of like a little kid, and that's so good. So yeah, nothing but praise for that.
Those are the little details that,
so good.
if you're gonna do a documentary sort of like, you're not gonna have.
Yeah.
And this movie does it.
Yeah, exactly. We're not gonna like, there's certainly a lot of like spoiler thoughts that could be shared about this film as well, whereas we could go into more detail as to why this movie is so amazing. But again, I would just urge you to go see it if it's available for you. Again, it's going to be a similar situation like you mentioned with Stolen, where we hope this movie gets a release somewhere, hopefully at least digital. I watched it digitally. I didn't see it in a theater.
And it is definitely a movie that is emotionally resonant of its time, of the times we're living at the moment. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Really, really strong movie.
And then I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. One of my favorite films of the festival, for sure.
We do agree with the jury of the Orizzonti section that this one does get the jury grand prize.
I forgot to say, I got like the second prize. They only have one second prize, and director and everything else.
They have director, and then
the main
film,
competition has a one award more to give out. They do have 2 more movies in the section. But then we got Milk Tea from Mihai Mincan. This one takes place in Romania in 1989, a time where there's a lot of things happening in the country. It's in the twilight of the Ceausescu dictatorship. In a small isolated town, Maria, a 10-year-old girl, is the last person to witness her sister disappearing before her eyes. Torn apart by the loss, she tries to make sense of a new, terrifying reality. Can she summon up the courage to grow up? I'm just going to directly throw it to you, Kevin, because I think this movie, unfortunately, left me really cold, where I thought this was the type of festival movie that just kind of meanders in nothingness and feels like it's getting to sort of an emotional truth, captivating, like capturing a time and a place in a way through like the muteness of a character who's not like talking a lot. Well, I just found it was kind of just going around in circles, not really going anywhere. And we talked about this as well, if you want to have a movie like this when not a lot happens, you have to have the atmosphere that emotionally engages the viewer. And if it leaves you cold, then this whole movie falls flat. It's risky. It's always risky, right? That's why like a lot of these are hit or miss. For me, this was unfortunately a bit more of a miss than a hit.
I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna make me look back as a movie critic. I quickly had to rewatch the trailer in order to remember what movie this is. And that is honestly says a lot. Because even the synopsis was not ringing a bell to me. So I quickly had to check the trailer, and it's like,
it's the one that leans into like the fantasy elements at one point as well, that are a bit out there. I don't know what's happening.
Now the movie's coming back to me just a little bit. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. His milk teeth are growing back in.
There are, again, it's a couple of scenes, especially between the police and the mother. You can feel the backdrop of this movie the most. And I feel whenever you can feel the backdrop, whenever you can have some historical sense. Sorry, I just had, because I said
you got a general notion of world history and like what happened.
We do feel a general notion of world history with this movie. It's just that it's in a sort of atmospherical way. This movie does some things right, but then as a movie, it honestly just feels like a breeze in terms like that was it.
Yeah, like it's sort of, you know, about there's bigger things happening right now, maybe, that like the police is not doing anything to help, or maybe it's, I don't even remember, is it like clear what happened, because it's also so
No,
like
like
a lot of
basically
it
the
is,
police is sort of giving up on the case because
yeah,
as they're saying, a lot of people are getting
are
a lot of
disappearing.
kids are disappearing. Like
Yeah.
it is sort of becoming a normality in this country, in this neighborhood. So
Exactly, and then it's, I think it's sort of trying to make that. There's another movie that we'll talk about later on, which is actually a Swiss movie, where it is about like not saying something, where that, like it's called Silent Rebellion, and it's about like not talking and how you still quietly defy or you rebel, I guess, against that.
yeah.
And I think the kid here is a bit too young to do any of that, so it's like also about her just doing whatever. And I found it really aimless in what she ends up doing. That maybe I am lacking that general understanding of Romania in that time. But I found it to be not like, I found the direction to be like not knowing what to do with long takes and a slower pace. Where it was just slow pace for
And
the sake of
there's
being
even
slow
like
pace.
an insinuation towards the character where they are going to a abandoned factory and they are going into a basement. It's like, oh, there's someone there, and it's like, oh, and
Yeah.
even that doesn't really, you know, get resolved. Which I know it's in the tone of the movie because the police doesn't really resolve the case as well. But even then, at least
Yeah.
that is something that keeps your audience engaged, and you don't really do anything with it.
It feels like it's also, the director says that like she wanted she came with the idea in 2019 after she read like reports about the disappearance of an 11-year-old girl at the time, and began to like dream about stuff, I think she said. And it was like also growing up in that time, it was like the start of something new, right, that was on the horizon with the end of the dictatorship and like the new world. And then she says the lost generation of children that like they still belong to, that I guess get lost along the way in the, that's why I said like in the shuffle of this change. And then it's showing us the perspective of a kid who doesn't fully understand that. So it's a lot of stuff that maybe happens in the background, but again, this movie doesn't have a lot of that going on either, and our lead character is not really understanding it, so we don't get like a fictionalized version of someone who's like then investigating it or like poking or like brushing up against the sort of norms or whatever, because she's very passive. So it's grounded, I assume, in a lot of reality, with certain things obviously that aren't. I'm giving it like a lot of rope. Just, I don't know, man. It unfortunately like doesn't add up to much of anything. So we both gave it a 5 out of 10. Yeah, that's about all we got to say about Milk Teeth. Like we said, like a lot of, unfortunately, Orizzonti movies, which is kind of mid. Like not in the sense of like mid, you know, the colloquial term of just saying something's bad, but just like they were just kind of alright and nothing more.
But this next one wasn't made, right, Ewan?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Fin de Fartie unfolds as a playful spin on theatrical adaptation and an experiment in character dynamics. The film charts 3 relationships defined by Samuel Beckett's 1957 play Fin de Partie, also known as Endgame in English. The 3 relationships: one between a blind man and his daughter, another concerning 2 actors rehearsing that same text, and the third following a man who reads his blind mother Beckett's play and discovers that it reflects their life. This one is a movie by Alejo Mogiansky. Again, I apologize if I butchered your name. I really liked Fin de Fartie. Did you, Ewan? Are you on the same page as me in the play?
I was unfortunately not. I do like some of the adaptations, you know, from Sam Beckett's work. This was also one that tries to, you know, open it up, right? It wants to not do a direct adaptation of something that you praise about it as well. It's like not a single location restricted by the sort of theater dialogue based structure of a play. But it then opens up different interpretations of it and kind of goes back and forth in those. The movie did not work for me at all. I think the way it was shot still felt very like theater-like, but then also had the different like characters that we go to, and I ultimately ended up not connecting with it at all. But I can definitely see why you liked it so much. I understand.
Well, again, it's because I've seen a lot of these plane movies, and there are absolutely great ones out there. I mean, 12 Angry Men is literally a perfect movie, but you got Fences, you got Sunset Limited, but they are indeed a bit limited in their adaptation, and this one isn't. There's so much range within this movie that is just based on one play. You got the blind man and his daughter, and I thought their chemistry, the way they were talking to each other within the play's dialogue was quite excellent. You got the two people that go weekly to this apartment, and again, it just adds a sort of playfulness to this movie, that it's just two people that are strangers to each other meet up weekly at his apartment, and it's like, oh, they're cheating on each other. No, but it's just to play this play between the two of them, to act them out to each other. And I just think that's just a wonderful idea, like such an absurd one. And then obviously you got, the man who reads the play to his blind mother, and that one is quite, on the note. But I still very much appreciate just all the different perspectives. And they're sort of brought together by these two people that are narrating the story, one is like singing the story and sort of tying the stories together. And again, I just love the way this movie was brought to me. I laughed out loud with it, and I adored it. There was like a dance sequence. Again, like in a play like this, a dance sequence doesn't really seem appropriate, but the blind man and his daughter like sort of really pull it off as they're walking along with each other to this beautiful landscape. I'm a sucker for landscapes. This movie has some gorgeous landscapes. Fan de party. I absolutely adored it.
Again, I think because your praise goes a long way, I'm not going to like delve into the reasons why I didn't like it as much, because I just when the dancing scene happened, I was like, I don't like it.
I'll come towards your way just a bit. There are a little sort of imperfection with it. For example, in a certain train shot, you can sort of see the camera in the window, and that sort of takes you out of it. So there are some flaws with this movie in terms of presentation, but because its presentation is so ambitious, that's why I sort of forgive them for it. Because in the end, in the whole product, I really, really loved Panda Fartie. I gave it a 9 out of 10. It is in my top 10 of the film festival. I really like this one.
Yeah, I gave it a 5 out of 10. I think, like what you said, the visual presentation was something where it was lacking a lot for me, and then I don't think that the parts of the play brought out that much for me, that because I could definitely ignore some of the cinematic look or whatever if there's a great core to it, but it didn't do it for me. But hey, maybe it's more like Kevin for you, and you love it as much as he did.
Ewan's rating 5 out of 10 makes me sad.
Is that the Bo Burnham bit?
It's a film, like whenever they cut to the narrator and then you have someone sing the song.
Oh, I completely like this movie did not stay on my mind at all. I gotta say, I'm sorry. I do not.
That really makes me sad.
Let's talk about the main winner of the Orizzonti competition. It's On the Road, on El Camino, one of the last films that played at the festival as well. This one's about Veneo, a rebellious young drifter who frequents roadside diners where he sleeps with truck drivers. Urgently needing a ride, he meets Moneco, a hard-edged driver who keeps it to himself. He convinces Moneco to take him deep into the hyper-masculine world of long-haul trucking across the north of Mexico. As they travel together, and an unexpected intimacy builds between them, shadows from Veneo's past resurface, putting both their lives at risk. This one is a straight-up thriller, I'd say, at parts. Then it is about like that sort of sexual tension between those two. One of them sort of discovering that seemingly for a first time, maybe not the very first, but feels like the first time. It's a very sexual movie, one that has a ton of nudity. It's what we remarked at the tail end of the festival, one of the only like gay or queer movies that ended up playing at the festival. Not a lot of that, as like a topic or like a theme of the movies we saw like in any of the sections. I think it then is a film that loses itself a bit more in the thriller sides of it all, the sort of world building it has for the history of this character that feels very over the top and a bit more like a blander non-festival movie. But it had that whole first half that felt a bit more, just about two people connecting on the hardness of the road. It was a bit disappointing to me where it ended up, and I wasn't surprised that it wins the main prize, because it's a very splashy movie, especially in the crop of films that we got out of the Orizzonti section this year. But we both, I think, would have not given it the main award. Kevin, what do you think?
I told you, like, the people, because at the end of the film festival, they rescreen all the winners of certain prizes. And I'm saying, like, the people that have gone to the Orizzonti screening, like, they're in for a surprise, because this movie is very explicit in its nudity. Sometimes to the point it does feel more like something they do for the shock value of it instead of the actual like romance side of things. Because like I'm gonna be honest, I saw way more than I like to.
I didn't mind. I didn't mind.
I mean, they're really explicit in some things.
Yeah. It's like also what is different about it is not just nudity, but it is like basically unsimulated masturbation and all that. Like is actually being done. It doesn't feel like they are like not, maybe not the sex, but like there's a bunch of unsimulated stuff in there that maybe some people aren't like at all used to see in a film. But I think like that was to me one of the strengths of the film, that it felt like often as like a shock value and just do it for the sake of it, but through that felt really raw and like different and non-commercial in like how it directly portrayed this world. And then whenever it bridges into like the more violent side of it all, it feels like it's still not holding back, but it feels very over the top. It doesn't feel like it fits this story well.
I think the thing I liked the most about this movie was the cinematography. It is gorgeously shot, though. I mean, truly, the color pops off the screen. But again, like the thriller side of things, especially at the end, the being a bit more vague about things. I mean, it's still sort of obvious what's happening at the end of it, but they're doing this in a way it's like, oh, are you understanding this? Like, are you tying every story together?
Yeah, it's a bit over-explained.
It's a bit over-explained where I sort of feel like I'm being, told up on, like the audience being a bit dumbed down. But overall, I do still think it's a decent character movie. But in terms of like story-wise, it left me a bit, in the dust.
In the dust. I like that. I gave this one a 6 out of 10.
I gave it a 5 out of 10.
And it's pretty much all we got to say about it. Again, it got the main prize, so it got a bit of buzz, got a bit of spotlight. So I don't think we got to do much more of that.
But we both would have given it to Rose Nevada, though.
Yes.
So, yeah. Next up, we have Songs of Forgotten Trees. This movie has won Best Director. Anuparna Roy has won the prize. The synopsis reads: migrant and aspiring actress Toya navigates Mumbai by leveraging beauty and wit, occasionally trading intimacy for opportunity. When she sublets her sugar daddy's upscale apartment to Sweta, a fellow migrant working a corporate job, the two women from seemingly different worlds begin sharing more than just living space. Amid Mumbai's relentless pulse, they discover silent empathy, though personal histories and wounds test their delicate connection in a strange and tender unfolding of selfhood, of survival, of unexpected kinship. Coming at just 77 minutes, Ewan, you're the only person that watched this movie between the two of us, so tell me more about this one.
This was another one that we graciously got a screener for, so it was one of the films that I saw before the festival, so I've since seen like 60 more movies. But this movie didn't stick with me like that much, but I can see why that director prize goes to her, because it is with its 77-minute runtime really concise in what it is trying to go for. It's about that connection between these two women with a similar background that they share, different professions though, and how they grow closer. One of them has a sugar daddy that often comes, and again, like you said, owns the apartment, and we are spending a lot of time in that like uncomfortableness of every other interaction, and then when these two interact and grow warmer towards each other, you can feel that alongside them. And also, this has nothing to do with the movie. There's I think a company called Flip Films who has like an animated intro in there. I don't specifically remember what it was because it's so long ago. Maybe the screen is still active. I just remember that like that little animation that they had was amazing. I loved it.
One question: is it the Hammer one where they're both?
I don't think that we've seen another film from Flip Films, so probably not.
Because there was another movie that had that little animation that we were both looking at each other like, oh, that's really cute.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably can't find the actual clip. If I do find it, I will add it. I will add it into the video. But that was just something that I noted down because I initially had thought back that I think this movie starts off with like some sort of animation or something, but I think I was just thinking back to like that animated intro, and I wrongly attributed to like be like flashier in its presentation. But like it's very there's a scene where they're both sitting in a different room, and like there's a wall between them, but you see them both in frame as they have like one of the pivotal like to me probably the pivotal moment of the movie happens then, and it's just wonderfully shot. It is at times feels a bit like too written, a bit like, you know, these characters performing, especially in the translated lines. I don't know how organically they read if you understand the language that they're actually speaking, but like that push and pull of getting closer to one another, I think worked quite well, and it was a sort of breaking loose of the fun that they're under, that they're like still relying on people to, you know, give each other that strength. I'm talking really vaguely because I don't want to spoil stuff, but I think this movie was overall like assembled pretty well, and I like it. It's not, I think, spending as much time like in Mumbai, in the city. Is to me, what I remember of this film is like basically all of it in that apartment. And like in the director's statement, she also writes that like Songs of Forgotten Trees is shaped by such memories about women surviving systems designed to erase them. And she talks about like someone who's been married off at 13 under a skate scheme, like that sort of thing that like places them somewhere to like again be erased, be forgotten. And you have two women who want to path their own way in a world that doesn't really let them, and she wants to portray these women without judgment or metaphor, and she says film is an attempt to reclaim narrative space for the unseen, the complex, and the quietly resilient. And what I appreciate when a director knows that they are like attempting something, I think it speaks way more to what like how a movie often feels. You can feel that as well, as if they say like, oh, this movie is and they praise a bunch of stuff that they did, right? This is an attempt to capture that, and for most of it, I think it like somewhat succeeds, but it unfortunately like didn't really emotionally work for me, and I ended like on a 5.5, 6 out of 10. Again, I think there's this, because it's so short, there's still like stuff to like about it, but yeah, it was okay.
So it's one of those movies that you sort of wish were a bit longer?
Yes, were longer, and then that dynamic, because it's one of those ones when, if I remember correctly, also gets like ends when I feel like there's more story to tell. Yeah, it's one of those things, because it's you know, much like On the Road, there might be some same-sex romance going on in this movie. I don't want to say more, that you could definitely explore a bit more, because it like, you know, ends pretty conveniently. Pretty early on.
Next up, we got an edgelord movie. Oh, God.
All right, get all the people in that are gonna leave a dislike on this video right now, because we're talking about edgelord and we're not fucking glazing the shit out of the movie. I'm dumb. He's dumb. Yes, you are so smart for actually getting this. Thank you so much for stopping by our review. And you've already closed out of it by now because I've pissed you off so much. This one takes place on the outskirts of Medellin, Colombia in the late 1980s. Local residents report strange lights descending from the sky. When a reporter arrives to investigate, a ragtag group of teens from a lawless neighborhood storm the scene and steal his camera. In the hands of its new owners, the device records a mesmerizing plunge into their frantic existence. It's literally what I just talked about in the other review that we just did, is that, you know, she makes an attempt to capture something. Here it's like, it's in the hands of, like, we plunge into something mesmerizing in the frantic existence. It's like the self-praising, obviously hype yourself up, man. If you talk about that with an experimental movie, you are at the risk of someone saying, like, you sound a bit pretentious for what it actually ends up being. People are mad at me, Kevin, already. Can you make them mad? Can you tell them something that they probably don't want to hear?
I don't know why Bad Bunny is in the credits.
I know. I looked at that and was like, wait.
What?
I don't know why. I don't remember him being in it.
Of these last few edgelord movies, right? Aggro Drift, Baby Invasion. I would say this one is the most interesting one, and I'm actually quite frustrated with this movie in terms of its waste of potential. With the other movies, I was more frustrated with in terms of its presentation, its nature, whatever. But I was actually quite intrigued in the story of Barrio Triste, as we are focusing of these. They're normally kids that are disappearing in this neighborhood, and we're in the sort of favela side of Medellin, Colombia, and the movie starts out when they're doing a bank robbery and someone is saying, like, hey, record this. And so in terms of presentation, this movie actually has something going for it, but its presentation also requires a certain suspension of disbelief as the movie goes on, because it is this old sort of video camera, and it's fucking huge, by the way. It's not a small one.
Yeah.
Like, it is really huge, as they've stolen this camera from a TV crew. But I do like the story of these disappearing kids, and like someone in the neighborhood, a kid themselves, sort of recording what is happening, and then we sort of get a metaphysical element of this. Hey, these lights are appearing. There's a certain monster that is there, and that monster can embody anything happening in Medellin, Colombia. It can be a drug, it can be the violence, whatever you want it to be. But as the movie goes on, we just are looking more and more at random walls of graffiti. We are returning to a light that is just blinking. We are returning to the same poster, like the same grave of somebody, and at that point you're like, you don't really have much more to say. Dozen things you are doing, maybe you should only pick a handful of them and dedicate your movie to those. So for me, it was very frustrating because I saw potential in the way this movie was captured, in the story that this movie is telling. It ran out of steam way quicker than I'd liked it to.
Yeah, I didn't like it for any of those bits, unfortunately, because it, like, all of these edgelord movies do have one gimmick that they adhere to, and maybe you could say I respect them for sticking to it. I was like, maybe for a short film I could say I respect it, not for a movie that's like an hour and 24 minutes long. And I felt the same with Aggro Drift. I felt the same with Baby Invasion. And this one is definitely, the best of the three. But I still did not feel like much, there's a guy who has a camera, so he takes it along for everything. The journey is not really abbreviated at any point. We're just like along for that journey. There just wasn't anything in there that I engaged with, that I found interesting. I was really bored. I sat on the edge of the theater, and the way that this works in Darsena is that even I think 30 minutes into the movie, if someone leaves and the spot is open, they usually bring in people who are still waiting. So there was consistently, with the amount of people that walked out of this, there was consistently someone who was being brought back in, and they always turn on the light, right? And these characters go after the light, and I was just like, each time there was a light on, I looked off, checked the person out. I looked at the person who was like coming inside, like where they sat down, and then went back to like watching the movie. I did not miss a single thing. So, you know,
I mean, you're sort of reminding me, because I was in 2 rows in front of you because I wanted the leg room, and the woman next to me, like an older woman, I just knew, because she had a phone open, and that was the woman that was very slow at doing things. I just knew she wasn't going to last the movie, so she exited, right? Then somebody else came in the seat, and they exited as well.
Yeah. Maybe it was you, maybe it wasn't the movie.
Hey! Why?
I'm sorry.
Wait, this tray I'm catching.
I'm sorry. I'm getting in the mindset of like the people who watch this review who gotta hate us because we don't love Edgelord. I gave this a 3 out of 10.
I gave it a 5 out of 10. Again, I'm so frustrated by how this movie could have done better, like even more so than Baby Invasion or Aggro Drift. But yeah, 5 out of 10. Unfortunate.
Let's talk about Funeral Casino Blues by Roderick Warwick. Jen lives in Bangkok between the reception desk of an apartment building and the hotel rooms of strange men. What she sells is time, intimacy, and sometimes just a moment. When a meeting escalates, Watson intervenes, a bartender who has lost more than he lets on. This one comes in at a runtime that is notable of 153 minutes. And I think we could just get it out of the way here before we actually talk about the rest of the film, that like this had a comically long ending where people were so ready to like get up, like a couple of moments where it just completely fades to black for like 15 seconds and then it just keeps going. It was so comical that I think it added like a solid 15 minutes at the end where we thought, oh, this movie is over, and we are already at the 2.5 hour mark. That being said, I like this movie a lot. It's the type of film that like isn't 100% clear in a narrative that you can follow, that is, you know, understandable and you know, really captivating along every step of the way, but it's certain emotion that it evoked in me that that stuck with me. It's like it's really strong in the beginning, and when people fade in and out of the stories and how they stay in it is really interesting. It did not deserve to like overstay its welcome that much. I think I even liked this movie like even more, and I bumped it down a bit in my rating just because it did not know when it actually was time to, you know, let us go. But what did you think of Funeral Casino Blues?
The synopsis is actually the part I like the most of it, when it is this guy that you know, has like sort of interested in this girl, and she's also sort of interested in him, but also to get by because he works in a bar, and he definitely doesn't earn a lot of money, and she also needs to have a gig, so she sort of meets up with these strangers oftentimes at his bar, and they have a sort of symbiosis between the two of them, and I was really into that story. But then at a certain point, again, I don't know if we want to do spoilers, but because this movie is so long, I sort of don't really consider it a spoiler anymore. It sort of turns into a ghost movie.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Funeral Casino Blues. I mean, you could definitely have the first part of the movie and call the film that's fine, but it's not explicitly saying that it is about ghosts, but it is getting rid of the dynamic that was so good. For like the thing that was the most enjoyable was these two characters hanging out, like the sort of will they, won't they, and being there for each other. Like there's a certain vulnerability that they have. Also, the lead is this really, really gorgeous woman that people are like obviously very interested in a facet of ways that she sells her time for mainly her looks and just her, like, I guess, gender. But with him, it feels like there's a deeper connection with that as well, and that being formed in real time and like pretty like slow scenes as well, and also not being clear, like her being a bit of an enigma where we don't know exactly what's going through her mind and what she's doing what for, that we don't really see like everything she does. For a time it feels like we are spending more time in the perspective of him, and like it feels like a clean transition that happens pretty fluidly in the film. I think it's also one that has like different chapters to it that I wrote down.
Funnily enough, I at a certain moment, because again, this was a very long movie. It was at near the end of the film festival. I did like fall asleep for just like a little bit, and I just turned over to you and like, are we in chapter 2 yet?
Yeah, and we were in chapter 3, I think.
No, we were
in the middle of chapter 2.
I know we were in chapter 3. I was asking you when I was in chapter 2. I specifically remember that. But it is, again, to return to the comically long ending. Whenever a movie sort of has like a lingering scene or something, and you're expecting the fade to black, I sometimes try to like time it like now, right? So it's sort of like, hey, here's the cut, to sort of test your own mind. I did that multiple times, and Ewan at a certain point got annoyed. I'm like, bro, stop doing it.
Stop.
But
at one point I did it as well. It was so long.
Exactly, because we were both doing like, so like this is a decent thing to end on, right? But no, we need some more mirror shots under blue dark light, being like,
and I don't think I liked, like, it felt like it added almost like an epilogue to this movie that it didn't really need. It felt like it was taking away, leaving certain things open-ended. Because there's, like, I think chapter 2 was my favorite. That one was titled Mama, There's Wolves in the House. I also think some of the comedic bits, there's another, like, bigger guy who's at the front desk.
At the reception desk.
Who's, like, constantly eating and just, like, not serious and all. Like, that was a character that was, I don't know why. He was a bit annoying.
Well, the reason they're there is basically just to get, here's some camera footage. And oftentimes, and that's when they start leaning into the ghost things side of all.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think the dynamic between those the two, like, that maybe romance, maybe looking out for each other, was definitely by far the best thing about it. But also, I think someone else at the festival watched this, said that to them that was the weakest part of the story, which so yeah, I don't know, a bit of,
so maybe some people will be more into the paranormal side of things, and maybe more people like us will be interested in the romance.
Yeah, it also goes a bit into, like, it's also a bit of a cry movie at times, but only on the outskirts. It doesn't all take place in the big city. It also goes to a more rural part, and ties that back into it, like introducing a couple more characters. It's like this movie goes in all sorts of different directions that I liked the first part so much that I was giving it a lot of patience towards the end, and then towards the very end it really ran out of it. But I still gave it a 7 out of 10. I quite liked it still.
I gave it a 6 out of 10. It is not a bad movie by all means. It is very colorful as well. But I don't know if I found it colorful or it's just very stereotypical, because it's very much that orange light of Bangkok, exactly. But yeah.
And that's all the films that played in the Orizzonti section. 19 films. We're looking forward to, I guess, covering them all next year yet again.
Yeah, maybe next year, hopefully, will be stronger than competition, like sort of a return to form.
Or on equal basis, and everything is great. Basis, everything is a 5-star at next year's.
Everything is awesome.
Let's talk about the films playing in Spotlight, or formerly known as Orizzonti Extra. Honestly, don't know why they changed that name. It was a recent change. I think Orizzonti Extra was also added like a couple of years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, to the festival. And this one usually has, like, at least one premiere with a film that has, like, a really big, like, well-known cast, and you're wondering, why is this in, like, a smaller section, not out of competition and not in competition? That's where, I guess, Spotlight or Orizzonti Extra comes in. Last year, September 5 played there, and this year we got that movie Through Motor City, the one that I missed. The other 8 movies I did see, but between the two of us, again, we watched all all 8 of them. There's always a wide variety in this section, but let's kick it off with the first film in here. That's Hijra from Shahad Amin. It's a drama centered on the bond formed between different generations of Saudi women during a journey across the desert to Mecca. When the eldest granddaughter disappears, the grandmother travels to the north in search of the missing teenager. Kevin, this one I think both of us, or did you see this in the theater? I watched it as a screener. Did you watch it as a screener as well? I can't remember.
No, I saw it in the theater.
You saw it in the theater. It comes in at a runtime of roughly almost 2 hours. I found this to be like a quite interesting generational character portrait that also is in a region that is not on film as much as maybe it should be, because there's so many interesting stories that need to be told. I was quite enamored by this film. I liked it, liked the performances. Pretty positive overall. What did you think?
Like I said to you at the film festival itself, I was sort of worried in the beginning of the movie that there was going to be a cultural difference that was just a bit too far apart for me, because in the very first, there's a lot of religious text that is getting played, and I'm like, oh, am I sort of missing the deeper layers in here? As they're going to this journey to Mecca. That said, after a certain timing when they have to search for the eldest granddaughter, I'm not really that interested or rooting for the eldest granddaughter to be found, because in the little screen time that she has, she's sort of a little brat. I'm like, do I want her to be found? Because she's sort of acting like a little dick and she's running away. As the movie goes on, and we're sort of seeing the broader picture a bit more clearly, because as we said with the Iranian movies, they sort of focus on a certain thing. And this movie sort of focuses on the moment that we find out where the eldest granddaughter has gone to, which is a certain institution for women like her, if you want to, again, not to spoil it, but to sort of phrase it that way. That's when I found the movie to be at its most interesting part. Seeing the grandmother also desperately try to find her two connections to, hey, I'm gonna harass you until you tell me where she is, because I've made a certain promise to a certain person that I will do this with them. And that's where the movie really succeeded for me. But again, because it was so middling and I wasn't really sure where it was going, in the beginning it lost me, but eventually it found its way, and I sort of enjoyed this movie as one can.
I mean, yeah, she takes off, and with her, like, that character takes off, we don't really get to see like why she does things. So at first you're like, okay, she wanted to escape, so there's something bad to escape from, right? And Western view is also like, oh, this is like a woman is being suppressed in what she's allowed to do, so this grandmother must be someone who's tough, who's like religious in the way where it is not in the benefit of like younger women, and actually just taking back into this cycle. And then you get to see more of that grandmother and like her resilience and like it's just the person she is, the way she interacts with people, the way that she gets what she wants out of people, the way she doesn't compromise in a lot of moments that leaves them stranded just for the sake of like standing by her like own beliefs that might not be 100%
my own standards.
Right, and I like that quite a bit, because it gives me a ton to attach to this character that isn't just it's interesting because they are going after someone and we see the whole world that they move through, and it's not the world that they move through that is interesting. At the core, it's like this grandmother to me that is like the like core of this film that really cares all of that like reason to want to escape and maybe express yourself as well. You can all feel that in the performance, so it was like a very layered one, and like you said, when we arrive at a certain institution, I think that like that moment was it was pretty intense, and I felt like a similar frustration that they felt. There's like little moments as well where they go to like a cemetery to mourn someone, and then a bunch of other women come up and say like, oh, you're not allowed to be on here, and
I was furious, bro.
I was like, bro, just let them fucking grieve. What is the big deal? And it's like then you're wondering, how are you breaking through of these sort of rules that do not make sense, that are just meant to keep other people down, and whoever has to speak up, keep them confined, while not condemning a whole like religion to like that same belief, right? Not being that reductive racist sort of rhetoric that is being spouted, especially about like Muslim beliefs all the time. This movie like finds kind of the nice middle road to tell a story about people, and not, you know, something just about like, ooh, the Saudi women are so repressed, and like it like there's a lot of layers to it, and I think it has a lot to say. I like this quite a bit. Give it a 7.
And another compromise, like societal thing, right? Is when they have to go to a checkpoint with the car, and he's like, "Oh shit! I don't really have a license to drive people." And then they ask the younger granddaughter, like, "Hey, go in front. Like, if we're a family, they won't harass or bother us." And like, just those are the little things again that indeed.
I believe, maybe I'm spouting misinformation, but isn't it Saudi Arabia where women for the longest time were not allowed to drive as well? So like specifically in driving, there were like a ton of rules. Let me look.
I believe so.
Which is also, you know, the sort of autonomy. Yes. Until 2018, June 2018, Saudi Arabia was the only country which women were forbidden by law from operating motor vehicles. So it's also there's also like that grandmother character is so good at like getting the driver to do what she wants, and it feels like at moments kind of entitled in how much she asks of him, right? But that's literally her only way of getting around. Like that's her way of driving this vehicle, is like working through a man, because there's no other way. Like there was so much in this film that I really appreciated. It's really good.
Again, it just has its, you know, film festival issues. The pacing is a bit off at times. So, but overall, it's still a strong movie. I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, me too.
Next up, we got Cabo, Suelto, also known as A Loose End, a movie by Daniel Handler. Santiago, an Argentine police corporal, crosses the border into Uruguay, fleeing from other police officers who are looking for him. Using his uniform, he inspects regional food stalls, sampling dairy products and cold cuts to survive, while trying to go unnoticed among the locals. Without money or lodging, but with empathy and cunning, he begins to plot a new life, receiving help from local characters he meets along the way, and even finding what he believes to be the love of his life. Coming in at just 95 minutes, again, we love those movies that are just 90 minutes of film festivals. I thought this movie was quite funny and charming. What about you, Ewan?
It didn't, you know, come in with that sort of charm that I was hoping for. That it like, I don't have much else to say other than, you know, what you praise about it, that it feels almost like charismatic, like that sort of dry humor, the interactions that are quite fun to watch. I didn't really feel like laughing a lot. I don't know. I was a bit bored with it, so I don't have much else to say about it.
To be fair, you did watch it at the screener. You didn't watch it in the theater itself. Which I did, and a lot of people were chuckling there. Not laughing out loud, but there were a lot of people chuckling and were very much on the movie's wavelength.
And I just found because it's a multitude of things, right? The director also describes it that it like this movie sits on the border of several genres: romantic comedy, western, road movie, and a police thriller. And I think it like almost like dips into a moment and then it goes into the next, other than like blending all of these things together. So to me, to me it felt like it didn't have that sort of identity. But I'll leave you for the rest of the review to tell people, like, you know, why you like this film.
So with A Loose End, you got like a couple of jokes that are very layered. So where Ewan says, you know, there are like moments that go in and out, I actually disagree. I feel like those moments are sort of being laid upon, sometimes not directly, but later into the movie. And it really has a lot of parallels with a Kaurismäki movie. You have a sort of singing and dance sequence. Again, you have very dry humor, very deadpan characters. You know, like no one is really smiling. No, everyone is sort of looking like this. And like, sometimes a bit more open, but normally it's actually like very much smiling. And I guess the cheese jokes are, I think, the best because he's really expecting this, and he's actually like a cheese expert. So sometimes he's actually advising like other people, maybe you should do this, maybe you should leave it a little bit more out in the sun. When at some point he actually takes some cheese, and he's like, I'll return this in a few weeks, which is a very absurd thing to do. And there's also the jokes with the police. They're very much, the end of the joke, the punchline. And I really like this movie. I think it's quite charming. Maybe a bit too slow for other people, but again, like that, as sometimes Kouosmaki does that as well. I really like this movie. Very charming. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, to me it was entertainment in parts, but ultimately, like, I didn't warm up to its charm. But if you warm up to it, I think there's just as much fun to be had that Kevin had. I ended up on a 6 out of 10 for this one.
Next up, we got Made in EU. I unfortunately didn't see this movie, but Ewan did. This is why we separate movies with each other. But Made in EU. Made in EU, the latest movie from Stefan Komandarev, is about Eva, who works in a clothing factory in rural Bulgaria, battling a persistent yet mysterious illness. When it is revealed that she is the first case of COVID in a small town, the news spirals into an endless jacuzzi, first from the factory owners eager to shift responsibility, then from her fellow co-workers, her son, and eventually her entire community, even though she hasn't left her small town in years. With Eva's public demonization escalating as the first victims of the virus emerge, she is quickly turned into a social outcast. 109 minutes long. It actually has a very intriguing synopsis, Ewan. Does the movie live up to its synopsis?
It certainly does, in the way that it exactly does what it says there, right? It's about the outbreak. It's also, if you read the director's statement, very clearly a critique on sort of overlooking what's going on in Bulgaria and in the eastern side of Europe to basically have the same working conditions that are quite horrible as they have in some parts of Asia, where usually the stuff comes from. And then here it makes the critique directly of Made in EU, that like there's no higher standard to it, and that these people were clearly overworked during the time in COVID, where that was the place where the sort of stuff spread, because they were still like very close to each other, doing long hours inside. And then it's about a woman who gets completely alienized and bullied by our whole town because of it. And a lot of this film is just that bullying. And I think this movie ends up spending so much time in just bullying this woman over and over again, which was very clear that was, a point it was making, but it was supposed to be a point, and it felt like it was the point. Just how destructive that can get. She also has a son that doesn't really do much, and then is also living under the repercussions of her being labeled like this super spreader and someone who brought COVID into the town, and like someone passing away from someone else's family, and then he indirectly gets blamed for it. Like, it's a lot of that, like just blame shifting around in the wrong places. And I think this movie could have done that in a way shorter runtime, that it didn't feel like it was just dragging this woman over and over again. It's similar in the way that I feel like if there's some sort of assault, a sexual assault depicted in a movie, if you feel the need to depict it, then you probably are not, we should be in the empathy of someone's view without actually having them go through the traumatic event just to expose us to it as well. And here it was like overall indulging the same thing over and over again. And that's a sort of resolution where, like, obviously this was inspired by something real, and felt like, oh, when's that moment going to happen? It's going to be a viral moment. So it's going to be like the son who also does like YouTube videos, then does a video, and like that sort of cliche. And this film is like riddled with cliches, and ultimately like does something that is quite basic, and could have been said in not just narrative form. I don't know if we need a movie about this to like pay it like to inform us about like the conditions that are happening in Bulgaria. Yeah, that's about it. All I gotta say. Pretty mid movie. I gave this one a 5 out of 10.
So it doesn't justify its existence?
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Oh no, like no,
Maybe what I said. Yeah, kind of what I said, right? Yeah.
did I make that more brutal?
I don't know, man. It is pretty tough, but like, oh, another critique that I had is like the working life of this factory, which is supposed to be like the core criticism that is happening, and that's why like it's spread, is not done well enough. We
No.
don't spend that many moments in there, and I gotta say, it honestly didn't seem that bad. It was almost after when they always gave context to like, oh, I'm so exhausted, or I've spent so many hours there. When like in cinema and narrative form, it didn't portray that through, I don't know, some sort of time passing or the
They
performance
told
as well.
but didn't tell.
Yeah, they
didn't show.
Yeah. It was kind of that. Like overall, maybe a decent idea, just the execution didn't work out. Let's talk about Motor City from Pozzi Monsiroli. Is that correct? Did I say it right? This
Sure.
one is set in 1970s Detroit. John Miller falls in love with the girlfriend of a local gangster. To get revenge, the gangster sets up a frame-up to send the innocent man to prison. With his life ruined, Miller plots revenge against the man who took his girlfriend away from him. I think I said more words in that synopsis than spoken in the entire movie. Kevin, this one was one of your favorites. It's got a stacked cast with Shailene Woodley, Ellen Richardson, Ben Foster, Richardson, sorry. So yeah, tell me more about this. I felt so much FOMO not getting to see Motor City, so add a bit more to it.
I do have to start out this review with a little anecdote that before the movie, Ben Wolf and I were talking about subtitles and, you know, how I can't go to other movie film festivals if you don't have subtitles in English or Dutch. Even like French subtitles are very difficult for me to follow. So we were like, oh, because dialogue is sometimes hard to hear and to catch up on. And what ensues is that we both did not know that this is sort of a dialogue-less movie. Like there are only 10 lines of dialogue, and half of them are sort of just audibly, you can just audibly hear. Like, for example, when someone is turning around and they see someone, it's like, oh, fuck. Like, so you hear that just underneath the score that is just blasting through the speakers. So it's a very unique movie, but it is coming from the director of Old Henry, which is a movie that is sort of made in COVID conditions. So you feel it's a very small and Western, like a small Western movie. And so this director can do a lot with very little. And I feel like Motor City just is in that same vein. I haven't seen Greedy People, but I always felt like Greedy People was like a studio-backed movie. So where they sort of told him what to do, so that's why I never really watched it. But with Motor City, I do see, that streak of his artistic self going through. And it is indeed a film that is very kinetic, immersive, and it is sort of a shame that a lot of people will not see this movie on the big screen, despite its cast. And there are maybe, a couple of flaws with the approach that the director is doing, because, for example, at a funeral, when Ben Foster, is supposed to, outburst of cry, of grief, the only thing you're really seeing is and it's sometimes a bit cheesy and over the top, but because it's Ben Foster, he sort of pulls it off. But this movie also maybe is a contender for best action scene of the year, when there's an elevator fight scene. Last year we had an elevator fight scene in our top 5. This year there will be another between Alan Richardson and Master Chief himself, Pablo Schreiber. Again, and there's no real dialogue between. It's just brawl, grunting, and it is bloody. Very violent. It's all because of Shailene Woodley, because Alan Richardson and Shailene Woodley and Ben Foster are sort of fighting for Shailene Woodley. I did read a review saying, like, I don't know if Shailene Woodley's worth all that. So I do think she is. And there's a little emotional bit in the beginning that I very much liked, which is that oftentimes, you have these prisoners that are coming outside and they're just trying to get their life back together. Here, Alan Richardson's character is still on parole, but there's a moment that he gets released from parole. So now he's like officially free, which was like an emotional bit that actually doesn't get used much in cinema. So I really appreciated it about that. In the beginning of the film, they use a lot of actual songs, and I would say after maybe 30 minutes, they actually mostly use their own score, which is very bombastic, very energetic, and I really like Motor City. It is very much a movie that I do think gets enhanced in the movie theater, and when you perhaps watch it at home, maybe your patience is running out a bit more, like a bit quicker, and you're essentially waiting for an action scene to happen, which I can get. Maybe that's a flaw when watching it at home. But I do very much recommend Motor City, and I very much forgive Alan Richardson's fake beard as well, because it does not look good in this movie. But again, because the movie rocks to me so much, I do forgive them for it. I gave it an 8 out of 10. The very few people, actually a bunch of people have watched it on a jury grid. They've given it a 3.4 out of 5, which is probably what most people will rate it who watch it perhaps at home. It's my prediction. Very much liked it. I recommend it. Motor City, go watch it. You too.
I will as soon as I get my hands on it. But this is one where it's like, will it play in theaters, especially outside of the States in limited release? Might be one where,
and because it's like a dialogue-less action movie, it might be challenging for some. I think it's even challenging for the director to have even the balls to pitch this to studio or a production house. Like, hey, we want to do a dialogue movie with like Alan Richardson, Ben Foster, Shailene Woodley, but they barely talk. It's like,
what he says in the director statement, right, is that it wants the viewer to get into the same momentum, the same rhythm of the story, kind of anticipating, putting us on edge to hear the next line, or maybe we pay closer attention to every little bit of like acting, and moments get emphasized because there's something missing, right? It actually, like it said, it like lack of speech wasn't a constraint, it's an invitation for audiences to engage more viscerally. So I'm curious about this one quite a bit.
I agree, though. I agree. Next up, we got It Would Be Night in Caracas, the latest movie from Mariana Rondon and Marité Ugas. While struggling to withstand the chaos of modern Venezuela, Adelaida sees a chance to survive and takes it, leaving everything behind, even her own name. In a land with no future, her only way out is to become someone else. Coming at 97 minutes. Ewan, tell me more.
Yeah, so this one, might have some familiar faces in it that you've seen in some American production, like Natalia Reyes. Also, Edgar Ramirez plays a smaller part in the story, mainly in some flashback sequences. And this one really gets into some of the like recent struggles of Venezuela. Particularly, this story takes place in 2017 and is basically taking place on the backdrop of the tyrannical authoritarian rule of Nicolas Maduro, who took office in 2013 and has since then been the cause of a lot of disruption in the country, where he was not like accepting someone else being reelected. Like there was a lot of that going on in especially Caracas, which is the capital of Venezuela, I believe, and home to about 2.5 million people who marched, especially there. And there might even be more people in Caracas. But 2.5 million people marched at one point in protest. This was a really bloody conflict that took place in 2017. Like, there's a lot of background that you need for this movie, because it doesn't tell. I'm telling you all of this because the movie doesn't tell you any of this. And from like the end of March until the middle of August, I believe, is when a lot of like the altercations were happening between the protesters and the people representing the regime, the Maduro regime. It gets really complicated. There's really long, just really long Wikipedia pages. There's so many articles written. I kind of had to stop at one point to read into it, because ultimately I think this movie is two things. It's one of them is a daughter who mourns her mother, because at basically the start of the film, her mother passes away and she leaves behind an apartment that is then quickly taken over by someone who is just coming in and basically annexing places and looking for this power vacuum to like exploit it. The way that it goes about telling the story is to me a bit like heightened and constructed. Like it doesn't feel like authentic. It feels like it's trying to make a couple of points, and I don't know how successful it ends up doing that. And there's just a lot of chaos happening off to the background, and our lead character is urged again and again to leave Venezuela because she does have family, I believe, in Spain, and they are just asking her to go there to be safe, and she has people that she knows that are more involved in the protest, and like how at risk they are. Like she knows how easily someone can just disappear if they say the wrong things and do the wrong things. I think there's a lot in there, but like I said, like one part of it is losing her mom, and then through that, the apartment. So she ends up in the neighbor's apartment where that woman also dies, and then she basically is like squatting her apartment, trying to stay hidden, is looking onto all of the chaos from basically like out of the window, like at times people being killed. Like in that conflict, in those protests, 165 people were killed, over 15,000 people were injured, almost 5,000 people were arrested. Truly a like really chaotic time, and I think the movie doesn't do enough for me to get like a full grasp and understanding of it. It like ultimately stays with that character a lot and shows it through her personal struggles, which can be really effective. But I think there was just a lot of potential still left on the table. But filmmaking is solid, performances are solid, and yeah, I think like one part of the director's statement was that we belong to one of the largest diasporas in the Americas, more than 8 million people displaced, stripped of a homeland, of belonging, and of a name. And basically like that apartment being taken over is the sort of very literal representation of someone coming in and taking your place and pushing you out, like forcing you to like have like all sense of your identity that is wrapped up. Our lead character really loves books, is taken away from her. Like at one point she sneaks over to the apartment to grab a couple of books at a huge risk, but that's like what's really important to her. And then it also talks about like enduring internal displacement, identity loss, and the brutality of trying to survive in a country that no longer recognizes her as a part of that country. And I can see all of those things. I think there's like a bigger statement, like the actual history and what happened is obviously like greater than the movie here. I didn't know a lot about this. I'm glad I watched this. I glad I took the time to inform myself a bit more about Venezuelan history of Venezuela, like recent history. Only ended up on a 6 out of 10 for this one, but yeah, it's a decent movie, but really troubling and interesting things that like interesting is a very wrong word here. I think that like almost trivializing it down, but yeah, important stuff. But the movie itself,
would it be too big of a scale to like brought out on the subject, or
that's why I said it feels constructed, because it feels like it uses a couple of characters to represent something larger that's going on. That's effective. It's really effective storytelling. It unfortunately is not like that emotional or like that gripping. Right. When I think the pairing of like a lot of it is also like flashbacks of memory she has of her mom, and that feels like that's one too many strings that are that are being pulled on. That's not an expression, but you get what I mean. It's just one.
We love metaphors.
Yes, we love metaphors, especially the ones that don't exist and don't make any sense. But yeah, it's an okay film. It's a pretty decent movie. Let's talk about Silent Rebellion, à bras le corps. Kevin, can I get a rating on that pronunciation?
That was good.
Okay. Well, this one's about 15-year-old Emma, pregnant after rape, defies her repressive rural Protestant community to carve a path of self-determination, transforming trauma into a catalyst for emancipation while confronting the moral hypocrisy of the village and the specter of World War II around her. Packs a punch in the synopsis alone. Obviously, there's a trigger warning that needs to be placed for sexual assault. It's literally mentioned in the synopsis, and we also see part of that play out as well. So proceed with caution. I think this movie is like I'm biased. It's a Swish film, so I'm kind of low key rooting for it to be good. And I think this movie is pretty good. It's pretty good. It tells the story of Emma. It is taking place like it says during World War II. It starts out in 1943. And it sees this character basically be juxtaposed with her own identity and how the town views her, with getting an award for virtuosity, or how clean she is, how good of a Virgin Mary in a way, right? How obedient, and that's something that this village values. And when she goes against that is her sort of rebellion. And I found that really interesting that the translation for this is silent rebellion, when à bras le corps, in French, that expression means you basically embrace something fully, you tackle it head on, which those aren't the same things, but obviously the way that silent rebellion is not really how she takes stuff and just lets it happen to her. It's the way that she just does it and doesn't really wait for approval or support. She basically carves out her own way, which is quite aspirational. I found it to be at parts quite inspiring in how I was terrified for what the world around her would how she would be treated. And how she defies that is well told. It's well acted. I think the lead actress does a great job here as well. But yeah, Kevin, what did you think of Silent Rebellion?
I definitely have to echo the statement of how great the lead is, because I essentially called this movie an upgraded version of Vermiglio, which is probably why this movie also sort of debuted in Spotlight and not in Orizzonti or competition, because it's the similarities and the comparisons would be made without a doubt, and I'm making that comparison. But I don't remember Vermiglio was basically, this woman in this also very clean town, she has a baby, but her husband has left, and she's never returning. And in Silent Rebellion, it's she's getting knocked up by someone else, and then she has to deal with that person being away. So it is very, very similar stories, but told in very different ways. Whereas both movies are also very quiet, and this one is also very quiet, hence the sort of the title Silent Rebellion. There is no real yelling towards anyone else, perhaps only with her mother, as she sort of goes back to her, because she doesn't really have a great relationship with it, but the family she's staying at, she sort of wants to avoid them. À bras le corps, Silent Rebellion, I thought was decent, very, very solid movie. It is still a bit, I hate to say it, but it's it had a bit of film festivalitis, in the sense of the pacing is a bit slow. It's not a perfect movie. You sort of have meandering shots of her in the factory or working or walking, and it's those little things are inevitable.
Basic, right? It is a bit
exactly
basic, right? It is in the filmmaking itself, in the story it tells. It is inciting incident. She is forced to have a kid. To basically, she also describes this in the director's statement. It's almost invisible acts of defiance, a book read in silence, a lie swallowed to survive, a womb that becomes both prison and a compass. And it's like then covering that lie up is like further tying her even back. Like she has no way to get sort of any help after she was sexually assaulted, after she was raped, and gets pregnant after that, which forces her further down, because her power never lies with her until she makes her own path, until she like carves it out for herself. And with that, with the ways of getting there, like at one point there's a scene where there's literally like a bit more of a silent rebellion, where you see someone fleeing the like Swiss police, because the Swiss police are saying it's just kind of easier to bring the people, like the Jews who try to flee into Switzerland, back to the border, and it's not really questioned. It is just part of how you do things. You don't question it. And when she comes in and starts to question stuff, like she doesn't rat out someone when the police is after them, and basically doesn't tell them anything, and ends up later on, and like I don't consider this a spoiler, but tries to go for that independence, is then dependent on working in a weapons factory, which a lot of women end up doing during the World War, and then paints a picture of like she becomes a cog and a complicit actor in the Jewish, like in this genocide, but like what she doesn't have any options, and I think the movie ends, I won't spoil it here, quite hopeful in like, you know, getting that agency, and I think that's like one of the things where other festival movies might have had the inkling, like might have been tempted to paint a really bleak picture. I don't think it's like oversimplifying or reducing like her struggle down to it. It feels like a very realistic story that probably someone very likely has gone through.
Absolutely.
And yeah. I like it for that reason, like quite a bit. I think I like it way more for what it stands for than I like the actual filmmaking behind it.
Fair.
I ended up only on a 6.5 out of 10 for this one.
I gave it a 7 out of 10, but like in Letterboxd terms, I gave it a 7 out of 10. But I didn't give it a heart. I just think that kind of thing I do. But again, I'm very happy with a story like this sort of being improved upon, yes. Especially with the weapons factory aspect of it, like you said. Because Vermiglio, I barely remember that movie. The only thing I remember about that movie was like the class thing, where they would sort of have a class, and this teacher is teaching different people of ages and everything, and here you got actual work, like a little bit more life into this movie. So yeah, I would recommend Silent Rebellion though.
And it's like one being from Switzerland, you wouldn't guess when in my specific county that I'm from, when women got the right to vote. It is. I'll let you guess once, and then I'll tell you, because it's pretty outrageous.
Fuck nah, man! Now you're putting me on the spot.
Yeah, I'll put you on the spot.
I think you even told me this, which is making me even like it makes me look even more horrible than I don't remember. It doesn't make
you look horrible. It's the country that I live in that is pretty horrible, and we got some other reviews as well.
64.
Wait, 64? You're close. It's 71. The one that I live in is one of the last ones who ended up, like, because it was individual on the county spaces. I think some of them were like 20s, 30s, or right. Yeah. I don't know the other ones. I just know that it was like on February 7th, 1971, when in the county that I'm from, which is a bit more of like a rural part of Switzerland.
Yeah.
It's literally known
but I'm
for
still 7 years
old. You're not. Well, it's you thought it was earlier, and that was that was pretty bad, because I prefaced it. It was really bad. It was like my mom was born, and after that, like women got the right to vote. It is crazy. So
she was the catalyst.
She was the catalyst. I'll let my mom have that. She's amazing. But it's just outrageous. We are so like it's a recent history that that sort of emancipation, and telling these stories of these individual women who collectively, because it's not an act of like a single person who changes something. It is like a cultural shift that needs to happen from people who are like brave enough to like stand against the norms. And we are currently living in a time where like these lines are shifted again. So it's ever more important to actually, stand for something. I like the movie. I'm happy that it's like a good Swiss film. I'll end on that.
I mean, you got a couple of good Swiss movies this year, so
yes.
Hey.
Yes, I'm quite happy.
Heldin, shout out to Heldin.
Heldin is amazing, yeah.
Next up, we got Calle Málaga, which is the Audience Award winner of the Spotlight section, sponsored by Campari. I don't know who the fuck.
It is, I think it is Campari. If it's not, it's also perfect that like someone else gets to the ad.
There are only really a handful of companies that could be at the Venice Film Festival.
Yeah. No, it's Armani. It's Armani.
Oh, it's Armani.
It's Armani.
So, Calle Málaga, the Audience Award winner sponsored by Armani. It's the latest movie from Mariam Touzani, who also directed The Blue Caftan, and it's about Maria Angeles, a 79-year-old Spanish woman who lives alone in Tanger, Morocco, and enjoys her daily routine. However, her life is turned upside down when her daughter arrives from Madrid to sell the apartment in which she has always lived. Determined to stay, she does everything she can to get her home and her belongings back, and unexpectedly rediscovers love and sensuality. Ewan, take it away.
Yeah, this was one that I think by a lot of people was liked a lot, and you can see it like it wins the audience award. I think it's a very watchable movie, because I think there's a certain need for like older people to be represented, not just as demented old people that are waiting for the end of their days in elderly homes, but people that still are like ingrained into the community, that have interactions, that still love, that enjoy life, and aren't just like a burden to the people around them and to their family. And here it is also about the place in Tangier, where I believe over the last 10 years, 200,000 people moved there. And it's not like it is a multi-million, like 10 years ago, there were about 1 million people living there. Now it's like 1.25, and it's the second or third largest city in Morocco. I think you have someone as the lead with Carmen Maura, who is incredibly charming. Like, her sort of laugh is very infectious. She is basically, whenever something happens that she doesn't like, she like goes baby mode and goes like, she almost frowns. And like in every other reaction, she's just super smiley, very happy to be where she is. So it's like a quite light movie that way, in just going along with her journey. I did have some struggles with the film, where I thought it is a bit like simplified of what the actual struggles are, that she's willfully ignoring. It's still addressed, the way that she's kind of being a bit more selfish, because I mean, you said it, like her home is supposed to be sold. She's supposed to move to Spain with her daughter, who is struggling financially, and would really like, if they can get the extra money to pull her through, and she's not really seeing that. So I think like I had a bit of an issue with the sort of privilege that she has in like trying to just continue living the life that she's always lived. But maybe that's also coming from the perspective of seeing myself a bit more in the daughter character than in her, and that might change with time. But Kevin, what did you think of the film?
I really liked it. This is a movie that is definitely very accessible. Like, it's very much for every audience, so I think that's why it truly won the audience award. But it has its qualities, like you said, the lead and the romance that develops in the movie is very charming. I feel like as time goes on, we have so many movies like Familiar Touch, Thelma, that sort of is sort of supporting these older women, and I very much welcome those movies. They're very cute, if you can sort of call it that, which is tough to do because they're getting older and everyone is getting like a little bit more shriveled. So seeing these movies is just also a joy for everyone to see. But again, Tangier is it's very close, like it's very close to the border of Spain.
Mhm.
So you obviously have that story of people, like a community, because the movie also starts out saying like, oh, Tangier, very much a cultural mesh of a lot of things. So that aspect was very interesting to see, as it obviously gets pointed out in little scenes like when she's in her apartment and she has people over for a football game or something. That's where you truly see the cultural mesh coming together, with people being in different shirts from different nationalities, different teams. So very much love that aspect of it. But the weakest aspect for me of this movie was the relationship between the daughter and between Carmen Maura, because like in Familiar Touch, I hate to compare it to last year's movies, but in Familiar Touch, there is like this relationship between the father and his mother that is very tangible. And here, that relationship isn't necessarily tangible. Yes, because they've agreed, like it sort of shouldn't be tangible because they lived apart from each other for very long, so they don't really know each other that well to the latter stages of life. But I still would have liked a bit more than just her daughter being very mopey, like, I'm selling this place, and there's no real dialogue in it. To be granted, again, the grandmother doesn't want a dialogue because she's just silent, like very much like sort of a silent rebellion against her daughter. But yeah, I would have loved more from that. I think you agreed with me, right?
Yeah, it's like almost these two are already holding back on actually talking to each other because they know like how it's going to play out, because they're both like Calle Málaga, like she's stubborn and the daughter is desperate. So that's why I was like siding a bit more with the daughter, but then she also feels like, oh, she's not taking the time of actually seeing her or whatever. She still sort of tries to have the best interest of her mom. Like I didn't think her daughter was cold at all. It was just she didn't have that many options. And for me, it was like knowing that the times that we live in, how difficult it currently can be to like support yourself, support your family. I sided with her quite a bit when the grandma, like at one point gets brought up. She was always at home, like she didn't work a day in her life, and it was like, well, maybe that's a bit reductive on, you know, what the role of a woman would be that is like living up to that age. She definitely probably did more, but like, you know, it's brought up that she never worked. She always had this like sort of hangout type lifestyle where she could just enjoy life to the fullest, which is great, but it also feels incredibly privileged. So I did have a bit of a struggle if like what her actual struggle is and how easily she gets to resolve everything in this movie. And how easy it is for her. But then I also understand that it comes from her openness and how warm she is to a lot of people, that they like her a lot. But it is a bit romanticized, I think, overall, and like how this community functions.
Yeah.
But it also then feels like a love letter, which, you know, the director, Mariam Duzani, also says this is like the first feature that she gets to film in a city that is also her own. She is from this town. Yeah, it like overall it does feel like a love letter. She also talks about like that for many Spaniards, like they moved there at one point, and then a lot of the like younger generation now can understand why people would want to go back there and not like, because maybe they see Spain as the place with more opportunity, when opportunity versus community versus family, like as we get hyper individualized, moving away from more towards these Western ideals of it's, you know, you are the one that needs to succeed and your family is like it's also like a sort of there's a little tiny ocean that separates them, but it's also the sort of values of communities that are different.
And I think that you nailed on the head. That aspect to me is the most interesting one and doesn't really fully get explored.
Because we always say in Tangier, right? We never go to see the daughter.
Like Maria Angela, like the grandmother, is rooted. Like her roots are too deep in this town for her to leave. And I just would have loved to have that dialogue between her daughter and her of that aspect of the movie, and we never get it. And I also feel like the ending is like I hate to say it, the ending is a bit too much of a downer, but like it does sort of cut off and left things unresolved.
Which I think again, one thing that we didn't say is the whole like setup of this place needs to be sold. It is basically sold, and she kind of moves back in, and through like scheming her way through, you know that like she can stay there for a while, but it won't be forever. So the whole movie you're just waiting for the fallout. And what we hoped, both of us, is that the fallout with the daughter, especially being heard from like not like her mom not being truthful with her, felt pretty lackluster, right?
Yeah, but it's sort of anticlimactic.
And it's not like that. That's basically spoilers for the plot side of this movie. But I think that's really not what's important here, because it becomes pretty apparent like where it will end up. It is then, you know, more about the life that this Calle Málaga leads and the people she affects. And I think that part works really well. I think on a plot level, I was a bit disappointed, not like on a character or like acting level or any of that. I think that was pretty well done.
I think the supporting cast was also pretty great. The woman who played the nun, the antique
the nun. Oh my god, how have we not talked about the nun yet?
Well, hey, I'm bringing it up, but there is an aspect of this movie where she confides in a nun who is sort of her best friend, but the nun has to stay quiet, so she really is listening to it. But she has very facial expressions. That's where a lot of the comedy comes from. And then you also have the romance with an antique dealer, where she's sort of trying to get some of her stuff back to him, and that is also very charming. And those plot and storylines are the most heartwarming, are probably the best aspects of this movie.
They have the biggest like emotional impact as well, because she confides in her like stuff that she wouldn't say to others, and she's very open and direct. Way more than with a daughter. So it's like, you know, this is a person. You can also see the sort of character that Calle Málaga is. Like, she wants someone who would just listen and doesn't want to get, like, she's sure of her ways. She doesn't want anyone to tell her different. Which is also, you know, something that leads to a comedy in these moments, but it's also, you know, just doing what you want straight away with no. But there's also like something heartwarming about these exchanges with the nun as well. And I don't want to say too much because we return to that nun and that like quite a bit, because it's also the place where she goes to see her husband who passed away in 2004. So you know she's been by herself for the last 20 years as well. So it's not like that in recent years the daughter has come and has had a concern for her. It feels more like there's a huge disconnect between mother and daughter that isn't really getting repaired in this movie, if ever, if it can be. I like this one quite a bit. Again, it won the audience award out of 9 movies that other movies that played in the section. Now, to be honest, apart from Motor City, which was also, you know, very like swinging each way, like I know you would have picked it to win that award, but there wasn't really another film in Spotlight that I would say, oh, this makes sense to like win the audience award, apart from maybe Silent Rebellion. So I'm not surprised at this one. I ended up with a 7.5 out of 10 for this one.
I gave it a 7 out of 10, but I'm also aware that of the people that have seen it on our jury grid, I've even seen that Robert Daniels give it a 4.5 out of 5. There are a lot of people that are liking it even more than us. Yeah. Maybe they don't have the flaws that with the movie that we have, so definitely go check it out. The jury grid gave it a total of 3.9 out of 5. So very much recommend this one for everybody.
Yeah, really. Exactly. Connor Lightbody actually said it was his favorite film of the whole festival. Oh. So yeah, it was a favorite for some, but we recommend it.
Next up, a movie we don't recommend.
No, I don't think we would recommend this one. Tired of Killing. Autobiography of an Assassin. It comes from Daniele Vicari, and the synopsis reads: while the Calabrian mafia is spreading its influence in the early 70s, Antonio, son of the high-ranking Nangregata boss Giacomo Giagari, finds himself killing more and more frequently, ultimately realizing that he isn't suited for this extreme lifestyle. While his generation rises up in factories... What the fuck is this synopsis? While his generation rises up in factories, universities, and public squares, Antonio finds the strength to defy his father, rejecting his legacy. This one comes in at a runtime of 2 hours and 9 minutes. And I think when we looked at it in the program, Kevin, you said that this could be quite interesting. This could be quite intriguing because it takes the story from an actual autobiography of Antonio Sagari, who wrote this in jail many years ago. In the director's statement, it also says his sincerity and his way of telling what killing meant to him left me speechless. And then in the story itself, what he wanted to merge was action, family conflicts, desire for emancipation and rebellion, love, tragedy, and irony. And I think there's a lot of that in that he tries to do, especially I think the action part takes a foreground in the story. But I found it to be incredibly underwhelming as a movie overall. I found the lead to be, kind of a spineless wimp, which I think was intentional, but it still tells the story very much from his point of view of someone who's a victim of the family business and all of this violence that he wants to escape. I found this to be incredibly repetitive and quite frustrating. It also felt long, over 2 hours. Did you like it more than I did, Kevin?
Probably not that much. Honestly, I was hoping for a Man Bites Dog sort of movie. Man Bites Dog it's like a Belgian black and white movie where we literally follow an assassin, like someone is sort of making a documentary about him. And I was really hoping for that style of filmmaking, of story when reading the synopsis. And instead, I got, honestly, a pretty boring movie. I think they sort of humanized the assassin way too much, to the point that it sort of again feels like a way too clean of a story, and I just could not really care that much. Also, the whole makeup and facial things that changed throughout this movie is just, it was not
so fake,
good. And I hate to shit on this movie because it has so much potential, especially being an autobiography. It's like, you have something palpable.
Like, it's from the first scene on is where we see him struggle to make a kill and basically be a bit of like an incompetent person at it, then immediately throwing up. And it's like pairing that sort of really grotesque violence with a partly, the irony is what he tries to go for, and that humor in it. I just didn't, like, I found it was still so caught up with the thrills of all of this violence that it was like tonally so often, if it wants to condemn this violence of like from the literal lead character, it does like tonally nothing of a progression to basically go from maybe idealizing being okay with it, being broken under it, is only coming from basically him wanting to start his own family and wanting to be removed from it, and also the threat of being incarcerated for it, for all the people he murdered. But there's no like processing.
There's no
all of
stakes.
There's no stakes, because it feels like the mafia has so much power as well that like all of this feels like he's just ultimately slowly creeping his way to selling out his dad, and that is all this movie is. And then that conflict, or that relationship between those two is very surface level as well. That is just rooted in violence and abuse. And there was really nothing to this film.
Honestly, this feels like a PG-13 Italian series that got condensed in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
That is, like, honestly, that is what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
It feels very like Il Mostro. Like, we watched Il Mostro, and it's like that sort of level. I just could not really give a damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me neither.
I gave it a 5 out of 10. I really don't have much to add.
Me neither. We're gonna end it here. I gave it a 4 out of 10. And that wraps it up for all of the films that were playing in Spotlight. If it was only 8 movies, I thought it was 9. This is a section that I believe they could expand a tiny bit. I wouldn't mind if instead of getting like 3, 4, or 5 more documentaries, just give us a few more in Spotlight, and just giving a bit more of like a variety of film in here, like because sometimes some of the highlights of the festival premiere here over competition or even Orizzonti.
I mean, last year September 5 debuted in this section, so that's why it's always like very good to have an eye on this section.
At least there's at least one good movie in this section every year.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't mind the top 3. Like my top 3 would probably be Motor City, Calle Málaga, and like maybe Silent Rebellion or Hijra.
Yeah.
So like again, it's like in terms of success rate, it is much higher than Orizzonti for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's also by the sheer amount that is in Orizzonti. Usually there's at least 1 or 2 like 1 to 2 star movies in there that are huge misses. And you don't really get that like bottom floor as much because it's the smallest selection for Spotlight.
But what other sections are there in Venice again?
There's like 2 more sections that aren't really part of the there's others that we included in our out of competition video that are like the Venice classics, the rescreenings, those sort of documentaries about films. But there's also the Giornate Degli Autori, like the Office Week, and there's also the Critics Week that is happening. And now we totally
forgot.
Yeah, there's a collection of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 films and 1 short film that we screened out of the 2 of them. We are just going to group them together because we did miss a bunch of both of those sections. So I think it's not really, worth trying to make the difference here. Usually this is one that we don't pay attention to at all. This is a section that we fill out if we get screeners for it, then we end up covering it, or if we need to have a fill-in sort of schedule
movie
for the day, or we hear something great about one of the films, but which is quite rare.
One movie from Autori we got Who is Still Alive from Nicholas Wadimov. 9 voices from Gaza. 9 people who tell of their life before, then, during the war, in the neighborhood, whose outline they draw in chalk on the ground. By recreating their own Jabalia, Nusrat or Khan Yunis, each character unveils their minuscule and fragile space of humanity, which corresponds to the dreams, hopes, dangers, comfort, and discomfort of a life oppressed, prevented, but not yet reduced to the ashes, not yet totally plunged into oblivion. By telling us their stories, the protagonists attempt to reconnect with themselves, to stop being ghosts, simply to come back to life. Sounds like a very tough movie. Another movie about Gaza along with the voice of Hijra. Ewan, is it as good?
Yeah, like I said in that review, or I think in my top 20 briefly about Hijra, is that it is about spotlighting these individual voices as much as we can, and there is an abundance of them, a lot of them that can't speak anymore because their lives were taken. So this becomes about remembering them, remembering Gaza as a place that is now completely destroyed. There's a moment where a father wants to describe to his kid and show him the photos of parks and the places he went to in Gaza, and saying there's no point. It doesn't exist anymore. It's not there. Nothing's there anymore. And it basically is a collection of about a dozen people who are basically like at the beginning of the film around a round table with a map of Gaza and sharing like a bits of who they are, like what their profession is or was. And then later on we go into interviews where they individually just simply tell us what where they lived, what they did, and for all of them they have a story of loss, of destruction. And it is also a part of like an earlier part of the war, because the route through Rafah to Egypt was blocked in May of 2024. So all of them got out, like the last year plus they weren't in Gaza. and still tell these horrifying stories that happened before, and not that it's like, you know, their suffering was lesser, but since then there's just been so much more suffering, so much more starvation, and just so much more murder and genocide that listening to them was heartbreaking in itself, like, you know, as something that has happened, and now it's like time to rebuild. It's not. You know, that is something that is so heartbreaking about this, is that they filmed this, and you can see in the faces that sort of frustration. One of them brings up a symbol that is of a cactus, which is important in for Palestinians, basically being a symbol of resilience, of like patience, of endurance. And he says what it means, and then says, that's all we have. We have no power. All we have is to endure all of this. And then there's the individual stories, which I could go over. There's a journalist. There's someone who ran a museum that got completely destroyed, and was basically saying that all of this history is being erased in front of his eyes. That like all of that, like it's taking away Palestine as a whole, the Palestinian people, because it's erasing their history as well. There was one guy who returned back to his family, and shortly after he arrived, there was a strike on a house that they lived in, and his whole family died. He survived, but his whole family got, like, his sisters, brothers, mother, father, his sister-in-law, his niece, everyone died. There's an influencer who's describing being on the fourth floor of a building, and then having basically no memory, and waking up under rubble, discovering that her sister and other family members have died. Like, so many stories that are
and you know,
important to hear.
It's a tale of many. It's a tale of many, right? Because if I recall correctly, a couple of days ago, I read an article that 200 journalists have been killed in Gaza so far.
It's the highest death count for journalists in any war ever.
And again, as to point out to the voice of Hijra, like, entire families getting erased, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. In its filmmaking, it is not anything special. It is very simple, but what it's trying to tell is incredibly simple. It doesn't need to have a bunch of like cut-ins of the war or contextualize it. And you can also see it on their faces. Like, sometimes I just burst into tears just looking at someone's face. Yeah.
I have to admit, it's sort of reminding me of last year's Songs of Slow Burning Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But there aren't really any interviews of it. It's just a lot of sections from Ukraine, and I feel like I'm sort of hearing the same from this one.
Yeah, that one was a bit more removed, and basically showing the process of not the front lines, but like how people are being displaced. And this one was just hearing the individual stories of what was taken from them. I also wanted to spot, like, there's also a couple of moments where they show where they live to put it into context. So there's like, sometimes there's like a father and the daughter, or just people. Sometimes they're by themselves, and sometimes they do have someone with them. And they also say where they're from Gaza, and like someone who moved around, and they're all standing on the map, and then just like showing where they moved and all the places that they've lived. And by the end of the film, they are all standing on the map, and then all leave through Rafah at the end, basically hammering home the point that they've all had to leave. I think it's like really simple, but really
is the map the same looking as in the poster? Like,
yeah, it's exactly that one. It's a top-down shot of them being in there. And I also wanted to spotlight Watermelon Pictures, which is a streaming service that you can get for less than $5 a month. And it is one that is basically showcasing all sorts of Palestinian films, especially like this one will end up there when it would likely not get distribution in a lot of places. You probably won't find it on any digital sales places, because these voices are not just being people are not just being murdered, but their voices are also being actively silenced again and again and again. So yeah, I'm a
I
subscriber.
guess
I can very much recommend it. They got.
I should also add, like, Watermelon Pictures. The watermelon has very much become a symbol for Gaza.
Yeah.
I remember a few days ago, a politician went to something in the same colors of the flag of Palestine, but had to leave. But then came back in like a T-shirt of a watermelon. Like one of the summer film festivals sold watermelon merch in support of Gaza. So just to say how big of a symbol that has become for this conflict as well.
Yeah.
So you gave it an 8 out of 10?
Yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10. Ended up being in among the top 20 films, and it's the one that I saw through a screener. So thank you very much for those who provide us these screeners. We try to get to pretty much all of them.
Confini canti. So apparently these are author or critics weeks movies have like a little short before them, and this one came from Simon Massi, who last year or 2 years ago had another movie. 2 years ago had another movie at the Venice Film Festival. I believe it was one of the last ones we saw that year, which was Nowhere, also known as Invel. And while the style is very unique, very much with these scratched out marks that lines out characters, I can't really like blame the animation. I think the animation is very beautiful, but it's very well made. It just becomes a bit stale after a while, especially if you do all of the project in that way. You can say the synopsis, because I really don't have much to say about this 10-minute short.
The synopsis feels longer than the movie itself.
Exactly.
For decades, Transalpania Square in Gorizia marked the dividing line between two different nations and cultures. Alongside this segment of the Italian-Slovenia border, tragic events took place. Though dreams and hopes persevered, it is thanks to those hopes and dreams that the separating wall was eventually torn down and the border was finally crossed. Now, if you watch this film, the short film, only 10 minutes long as well, I didn't get a lot of like that history through the sort of animation style, the narration, or like
there's no dialogue. It's all visually.
Exactly, and I didn't really get anything out of it. We don't really have much else to say, and I didn't connect with it at all. I think you didn't even give it a rating because of that.
Nah, I couldn't be bothered.
I'm giving it a 4 out of 10. Sorry, I'm just I didn't
Whoa!
like it. I also didn't like Nowhere. So yeah, I also didn't.
I gave Nowhere 3 out of 5. I remember, yeah. But anyway, the reason why we watched that short is because we watched 100 Nights of Hero, which was the closing film of the Critics Week, and we had another movie that we had scheduled, but I saw like a lot of people liking 100 Nights of Hero, and was like, wait, we can watch it on the last day. Hey, do you want to switch with this other Italian movie that nobody's liking? And Ewan was like, oh yeah, let's do that. So that's why we watched it. This is the latest film from Julia Jackman. I'm actually not familiar with any of her other work. No, she has done one other movie called Bonus Track that has gotten mixed reviews, I would say. But now we have 100 Nights of Hero. When a charming house guest arrives at a remote castle, the delicate dynamic between a neglectful husband, his innocent bride Cherry, and their devoted maid Hero is thrown into chaos. This movie has actually a sort of big cast, but they don't really get utilized as much. For example, Richard E. Grant, Charlie XCX, Felicity Jones, they don't really pop up in the movie. This movie really gets headlined by Emma Corrin, Nicholas Galitzine and Micah Monroe. Tell me what you thought about 100 Nights of Hero.
It's a silly little goofy movie. You know, it's pretty fun. It basically is taking place in almost like a completely different reality. So like it starts out with sort of this world being created. Basically, I think it's Felicity Jones, right, who created the world, wanted to or like some god, and then someone else came in, like some sort of bird-like creature that was like, no, we need the world to be the most misogynistic, sexist world there is. And then it's obviously like, you know, in a very direct way, poking fun at all of these heightened versions of things that we are familiar with from our own patriarchy that we live in. And the commentary is like, very broad in its approach, and also is like trying to make a bunch of points, but in that has a really talented cast that can get those emotions out of you. I think that like the movie wants you to feel. I had a great time with it. I think the 100 Nights of Hero characters literally called Hero in the story. That structure I found to be like initially really interesting. When it then got basically skipped over into a couple of beats, it felt like it is also shortening the time that we have with our characters, because these characters don't feel like 100 days have passed. So it also feels like we get less of these characters in a way. And ultimately, it like the structure of the film kind of drags a bit, I think, in the middle when it becomes about a certain story, which Charlie XCX is in. And it's sort of like a flashback-like nature that like we get to hear this story, but it's broken apart a bunch, and it takes a long time to like make its point, even though it's only 90 minutes long. But in between there's so many like little bits, and I love Nicholas Galitzine in this as just like the hunk who's trying to win someone over for a bet, and it's like a classic structure of you do something for the joke of it and end up feeling something real by the end. It's like that sort of setup, but it's not about him at all, right? Another story from the mid-2000s would have had him as the lead character who has to learn something, but it's not about him. It's like about the culture that enables that sort of behavior and normalizes it, and them just trying to exist outside of that. I like it. I like it a lot. It's very fun. It's quite bleak at times as well in like how this world operates, because it's quite terrifying. But it never addresses it, because it's like, oh, you can't point out that you're struggling, because that would make maybe a man uncomfortable, And I like that. It's like very on the nose with all of its jokes, and everyone's in for it,
It honestly at some points feels like a medieval fairy tale Love Island, right? Because the bet is essentially like, hey, if you can try to bet my wife in like 100 days, because the Micah Monroe's character and her husband, they're trying to get a baby, and like the bird people or whatever are like saying, you have to get pregnant by then, you have to get a baby.
Yeah, but it's also one, like, to see on the level that this movie operates in. The bride, played by Micah Monroe, is called Cherry, and this whole movie is about her cherry being popped. Like that's the sort of jokes that you can expect.
That sort of level and silliness.
Yeah, that's silliness.
Exactly. The silliness is especially there. But like you said, there like the time frame, there are quite a lot of time jumps. For example, we get day one. So it's very much like day one. And it's, by the way, it's being like marked in like how do you call it in English?
Chapters?
Like the check marks? No, the numbers. Like it's getting marked. You really have to do the math, which day it is sometimes.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, they say what Micah Monroe's character is capable of, what her mate is capable of, and sometimes we don't even see anything of those capabilities. For example, like bird or eagle hunting it was, and it's like, oh, but I thought you could play like the playground is there, but they're not really using all of the toys that they have lying around, which I found a bit of a shame. And the ending sort of left me cold,
it's very preachy
out there
in a way.
It's very preachy. But that is sort of the point of that last scene. But then you get the last scene with Felicity Jones, and that's just I didn't need that part.
Like it was very much obvious the commentary that it makes, and then not to me it's like always not understanding that this media is like not that important in the large scheme of things, but treating it as if it's like something a huge declaration of something important at the end feels a bit misaligned, because I feel like when you hold the same like world thing up for like the silliness up for the whole time and don't feel like you need to have a sincere moment, ultimately I think that can be more effective and stronger. and it feels like it just needs to be said at the end, and I don't feel like certain things need to be said because they were already pretty explicitly felt during the runtime.
But I very much had a blast with this movie. I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, me too. I had a great time with it.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Another movie from the Autori section, an Italian one, might we add. And it's about a retired professor in his 70s who is enjoying a quiet, carefree life until his daughter, amid a marital crisis, arrives with her 2 unruly children. As his peaceful routine unravels, he's drawn into the chaos of family and unexpected emotions. Through this upheaval, he rediscovers the beauty and pain of love and the deep human need to connect, despite the cost. I'm not gonna lie, this synopsis is a bit too much for this movie.
I agree.
Ewan, what did you think
didn't
about
watch it, right? I saw it.
I did.
And I told you to not watch it.
I watched it before you.
Wait, you watched it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I watched it before you.
Oh shit. Well,
I mean, this movie literally starts out with a Dante poem being read, and I said that to you.
Yeah, this was basically, I think, the first, like, one of the first films that we watched for this festival.
As a screener.
I didn't like it at all. You didn't give it a rating. So I don't know. Like, did you fall asleep during the screener or did you quit,
I had to do the embargo thing, but that's why I never rated it because I forgot to rate it. Right. But I think I gave it a 5. Yeah,
I gave it a 4. We do have a few things to say about it, though, I guess. Because if I remember correctly, well, not many, because it's a pretty frustrating, forgettable movie that, like, I had to go back to my notes to remember what actually happened in this. And it's like an old guy who wants to live, it's like Calle Málaga, it's about an old guy who wants to live his life, but his daughter comes and disrupts it all with a pretty annoying children. I did understand why he was annoyed by them. And then it's this old guy who also is incredibly unlikable, but I think this movie was made for older people who, like, basically maybe resonate a bit more with his, like, worldview, or because it's not a story about, like, him softening up a bit. He seems like a pretty unhappy person, pretty caught up, pretty tough, because the way that it starts out is that it shows him making a marriage proposal to someone, then being turned down, and never turned out, and he is just, I don't know, pretty unlikable, pretty boring. That's the point of it. That maybe I don't know what the point was, honestly.
Well, it's a boring. So the main lead is also the person who directed this movie, who is Gianni De Gregorio, and he's sort of, he's an old man, and I honestly, you can feel an old man directed this, and I think also wrote it. Not sure. Let me quickly look. Yeah, also wrote it. So it is a slow movie, and it feels made by a slow person. That is a diss and a half. I'm sorry for that violation, but it just did. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But there are some funny bits, which, like, for example, his daughter returns to him because he got cheated upon with a student. That guy was like, I need to win her back, so I'm gonna walk all the way to her. Which is, sort of a funny bit, but also, like, it gets, a bit boring after a while because he has to do, like, 1,400 kilometers or something. I don't know.
It's a bit about, like, these grand acts of showing love don't mean anything when you've let someone else down otherwise. Like, the way that the lead guy proposes when he was younger was like in a big ass Rube Goldberg machine. That led to him, like, basically opening up the box with the ring in it, and she has, like, written him off before even the first, like, thing fell to, like, she didn't want him. And that whole, like, look of it all and how it felt so much like a TV movie. Part of my frustration also came from how bad this movie looked.
And again, it also has like a commentary on age gaps, because it's like the professor has cheated on the student, and when he had a conversation with it, with his stepfather, or like his father-in-law, he's like, oh, I'm damned if I don't have sex with the student, but I'm damned if I do. Which is like, huh? What? And then you also have the granddaughter who sort of has a crush on the older guy at the bakery, but that one is quite platonic and cute. So it feels it feels a bit weird.
It's very much like you said, written by an old guy, starring an old guy. It feels like it's observations from an old guy put into a movie.
Aren't up to date.
Yeah, they like, you can definitely see from whose POV it is told from, and I think it is those observations aren't really insightful. They feel outdated and bland. Like, my final note for this movie, which I don't even know what it is about, is this fucking sucks. That was my final note. And I also wrote down as like the main theme of this, because I did that early in the festival, was like, I don't know, man, Italians pondering shit. Love, I guess. And then I said like the acting was mid as fuck. I don't know why I felt like I had to overcompensate and go into this Gen Z like abbreviated like speech. I also wrote down for the score, it's dumbass royalty free string stuff.
Oh yeah,
and cinematography TV movie level. Yeah. It takes place in Rome.
But again, it has some okay bits that keeps the movie going. Like, it's not a total bore, but it is just like very slow.
Yeah, and you're being a bit misled from, you know, the poster was an old guy with his dog. I don't even remember the dog being in it. That's why.
Well, it's a wolf. It's a wolf
Oh no! Oh, that was so fucking dumb as well. I completely forgot that part. Oh my god! So like, I don't feel bad spoiling this movie. So the husband, who's like, you know, going up, is like befriends, I think, a wolf at one point. So his grand gesture of getting his wife back, he doesn't get there. So he needs to be picked up by her father, and he insists on bringing the wolf with him.
The wolf.
And then they just leave at the end and leave the wolf there. And it's like
but her father does want to take care of it, so I guess.
Yeah, he wants to take care of it.
With domesticated wolves
it's such a fucking like anthropomorphized look at like an animal, which I, knowing a bit of you know, the sort of work from, not environmentalism, what's it called, like for animals?
I mean, I do know that foxes are apparently sort of starting to be domesticated because they're looking at the lives of dogs, and so
and that, like, all of that stuff is bad. All of that stuff is like, it's pretty easy. It's pretty clear cut. All of this domestication of these wild animals is all bad. And the reasons why they behave is just food. And, you know, them getting too accustomed to humans is never anything good. And the way that this movie kind of portrays this as if it's like so amicable and like seeing something, like, I don't know, maybe the lone wolf who finally finds like a partner. Like, I don't know. All of this it works in allegory more than actuality. And this movie, even though it has a lot of like this pondering, there's nothing there.
I do love how long we've talked about this movie.
I know, right? Oh god, I gave it a 3.5 out of 10.
Honestly, I'll give it a 4.5, 4. Yeah, something along those lines. Because it was the first film of the festival that I watched to a screener, so you're sort of being in the middle, and then that sort of becomes your bar,
I feel like that's
right?
the baseline.
Yeah. But hey, the next movie is something that is even lower than Damned If You Do, Damned If You Don't, which is La Gioia, which is the soapiest movie I have ever seen in my life. Also a movie in the Autori section, also an Italian movie, and it's about Gioia, who is a high school teacher who has never known any other love than the oppressive bond with her own parents, with whom she still lives. One of the students at her school, Alessio, is cashing in on his own body to make a couple of €100 to help his mother, a cashier in a supermarket. The relationship that dawned between Goya and Alessio is forbidden fruit, fragile, yet inexplicably one they can't do without. I can't even go throughout this synopsis, my god. Still, Alessio's desire to improve his social standing is a silent killer that prevents him from ultimately accepting Goya's surprising affection for him. He goes and destroys it all, canceling the only person who has ever loved him. Boy, this synopsis, my god. And I know we've said it in the past, but Italian synopsises, they're a breed of their own. Coming in at 108 minutes, starring an actress you actually quite like, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Valeria Golino is great, yeah.
Yeah. Tell me more about this soapy movie, man. Good luck.
It's all said in the fucking poster that they promote this movie with, which is one where he's up in a tree, she falls, and in the poster itself, he's holding her up by her neck, choking her. And that moment in the movie is so fucking funny. It is so bad. This movie is so bad. And it was plastered all over Venice to be promoted. Maybe because also the lead, it comes with a bit of a name. Also, Jasmine Trinca, I actually interviewed her, I think 2 years ago for a different movie that she did when she was in Zurich. So there's like a cast that is respectable here. This movie is falling into all of the sort of parodies of a movie that you'd ever that you'd make. In all of those I don't like these stereotypes that you never feel like someone would actually make into, like, for example, this movie is not a horror movie, but for some unexplicable reason it has the most jump scares in any movie I've seen this year. Like, it has a couple of moments where it's just like someone pops up out of nowhere multiple times for different reasons in different like tones of the film as well, just for whatever. This movie is a complete mess from beginning to end. It's a really disgusting love story. I thought France was known for normalizing age gap, normalizing this weird ass pedophilic like age gap relationships. I guess Italy's up for it now as well, because La Gioia, which also means like jewel or joy. So it's like I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Her literal name is like Joy as well, and
Joy, yeah.
then living with her parents, with her mom that's like ever bearing this infantilization of a like adult woman who's like in a classroom, but as soon all we ever get to see of her is like basically completely in love with a teen, and we don't get any other nuance from that character. All she is incredibly fucking creepy, and yeah, I think that's about what I have to say about it. Like,
yeah, it again, it's the
so
soapiest movie I've ever seen. I had to hold in my laughter when you started mentioning the poster.
This is like the thing is like, sometimes we say, what if you were to reverse the roles? Is like, would that be a problem? This movie is literally, this is the problem. You think this is normal? What the fuck, man?
I will say that jump scare definitely got me. I'm not a person that jump scares. I'm not a person that jump scares very easily. Like whenever I go see a horror movie with my friend Luca, like he always is like this, and he always turns to me and I'm like, and then I didn't get got. So you can call me like a dull person for doing that, but hey, whatever. But like Goya got me, so like, and even Yannick got jump scared because he watched the movie as well.
Yeah.
So
I think probably a lot of people got scared, and it was like, that wasn't even the scariest thing about this movie.
No,
it is also so incredibly messy in its conclusion.
Alessio at a certain point just looks like Jonathan Groff from Matrix Resurrections. He's like he's like has dark hair, full dark suit.
Yeah. Well, no, it's showing that he's going into a different path, Kevin. So you can't, visually he needs to be distinct. It's also like Valeria Golino, who has to look like she was dressed
She's
by
the dumbest
her
person in the room.
Yeah, and glasses are dumb, right? That's why she has big glasses, because she's insecure. She can't see her own beauty, and this teenager has to bring it out of her, because he's a bit of a bad boy. This movie is so fucking cringe. It is like unimaginable cringe. I think if you like this movie a lot, you should be put onto a list. I don't know what the list should be for. You should just be on like a list.
Max Borg has given it a 3.5, and Yannick has given it a 4.
A 4?
Yeah.
I'm starting the list right now. You guys are going on a list. You guys are going on a list, all right? I'm keeping this, okay? Anyways, I gave it a 3 out of 10. It's not completely lost that this movie would be like a half star. Like, there is filmmaking in there. Filmmaking.
Yeah.
It is a movie.
I mean, the acting isn't a total disgrace. Hell, it might almost save the movie. Because the guy who plays Alessio, I mean, he's very despicable as a character, and that is perhaps due to his acting. He's making the character very despicable. And again, the lead and Trinca Francisco, is that her name?
No, Jasmine Trinca.
Oh, Jasmine. Sorry. I mean, she's gorgeous in the movie, so she's very pleasant to look at.
Who plays the mom, who's also being the one? It's like basically, I'm giving it the movie so much. It's like basically the mom is exploiting her son, and the son continues to exploit someone else who is like similar to his mom. So it's like mommy issues, but that's as much as I can get, and that's not in the movie really. I'm like basically giving it a lot that is not really explored in the film itself. Yeah, I love that we're talking so much about these movies that we absolutely just hate it.
Well, I love how we're talking about the shit ones.
Yeah, no, I'll keep it brief for these last two.
Next one, we got Gorgonà CORA, another movie from the Critics Week from Evi Kalogiropoulou. Hey, yo, I got that first try, yo.
I think you did that pretty well, yeah.
I love how the synopsis starts. Greece. Greece. A small, impoverished city-state dominated by a massive refinery, its only source of income, oil. The men, all armed, hold absolute power. Their leader, Nikos, is gravely ill and must arrange his succession. Shock spreads when he includes his protégée Maria among the contenders. The fate of this young woman, unaware of the most tragic part of her family's past, will be turned upside down by the arrival of Eleni, a singer at the town's bar.
Beautiful.
I love how your face.
I didn't like this film either. I think it is like basically giving you the whole setup of this world that it then never fully gets to create in the movie itself. It starts out with a small group of people who is told to be like, you know, the ones in power, and you see Maria, who wants to be part of that group, who wants to have a shot at, like, you know, taking that place, but still her way of getting there is way more difficult than the other guys could. But it never becomes like an actual interesting story with interesting characters. It is also a movie that ends its central conflict in a massive shootout, and that's the sort of movie that you can expect, that doesn't have any nuance, any subtlety, any progression. It is ultimately one that wants to tell a story that is of a world that is fully lost in violence. And I found it to be pretty mindless. I didn't get anything out of it. I thought it was the crime stuff, all of that was quite one-dimensional. It then uses like 5 chapters to tell its story. That were completely unneeded. You didn't need to chapter because it's like linear. There's nothing that, you know, needs to be said at the beginning of these because it's pretty apparent what happens in the chapter. So it feels redundant to like say like, oh, this is the sort of like one of the chapters I think is called Mother. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, pretty boring.
I mean, it is a theme at this Venice Film Festival. Mother, father, mother, sister, brother, mother.
Mother.
You know?
Yeah. And this movie was boring like a motherfucker. Even though it's only 95 minutes long, I was happy when it was over. I really unfortunately didn't get anything out of it. Give this one a 3 out of 10.
But no worries, guys. We saved the best for last with Memory of Princess Mumbi, another movie sponsored in the Autori section from Damien House.
This review is provided to you by ChatGPT 5.7.65, whatever the most recent update is.
In 2093, young filmmaker Kuve traveled to the remote village of Umata to document the aftermath of a devastating war that outlawed post-2040s technologies and brought ancient kingdoms back to life. There he meets Mumbi, a local filmmaker who challenges him to make his film without relying on AI, using only his hands, eyes, and heart. As Kuve searches for his own voice in this unplugged world, he slowly begins to understand that even in a broken world, there's beauty to be found in the small human moments we so often overlook. The movie directed by Damien Hauser, who I believe is a 24-year-old or something you guys said.
Pretty young filmmaker, yeah.
Ewan, tell me why we saved the best for last.
Well, we are overdue to get a movie that fully gets to tackle whatever AI is going to mean to filmmaking, to storytelling, and the world that it will live in, in like the 90s of the 20s, of 2090s, what that world would look like. The way that he imagines it here is that in order to tell a story about AI, he uses AI at the capabilities of now, which, boom, it's a head-on collision. There's no, like, what story are you telling when the movie you are making is using the AI that is, like, actually there, and you imagine the AI of the future, which you try to sort of comment on through a story that has basically not really much to do with AI, but is like basically a story that is a yes and at every step along the way, that doesn't really build out its characters. Is like basically comes in with this princess Mumbi, and there's two other like our lead guy who's a filmmaker basically is really inspired by her, and is also guided by her, and there's a conflict that comes later on when one of his like the lead of his movies, who becomes like very popular, is then with her, and it's apparent that it was written by someone who's in the early 20s, if that makes sense. It's a lot of it like the imagined future of what happens when we both are successful, and you are the ruler of this and you are the ruler of that. It's like almost like the way that I imagined as like a teenager, that I would have a multi-story building, and on each floor it has a different thing, like a full like ice hockey court, and then on another floor there's a full football court, and then there's one where we just have like every imaginable console. Like that's how this movie feels in the realm of how he imagines his characters to approach filmmaking. And a lot of the discussions are like in the movie of someone who's anti AI and someone who's for it. And ultimately, like nothing happens in this movie. It is so, and AI is everywhere. I don't even know if I want to say, like, there's so much history that he imagines. Like, you know, there was a documentary about the Great War of the 2070s, and he tries to go to that place to actually interview the people and make a movie about them. So it becomes like this thing where they are like making a documentary, but in the documentary, then they end up using AI generated imagery because you know, they want to comment on like, oh, it actually looks like they're sad and they have a different expression, so let's change their expression. And it tackles those like real issues of like cleaning up and changing like this thing, and how easy it's going to be with AI with like nothing. It's like it feels so surface level. And the biggest thing I noticed, you know, that I take away from this review is that on one side of my screen, part of my monitor is on camera. And that's leaving a bigger impact than this movie did. So I gave this one a 2 out of 10. I think this one needs to go back into, like, I'm also surprised it's playing at so many film festivals. It's going to be in Zurich, which makes sense as a Swiss filmmaker. You want to champion young voices, you know, that could, you know, be the next.
But it's also gonna be at Ghent.
Ghent, I think at London as well, at BFI, I believe. And
yeah.
I don't know. It's just not. I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing more responses from it. I found it to be horrible. Like, what do you think a AI generated background looks like in video form? It's like what it is. It's like, it feels like rear projection, but it's actual, that sort of rear projection that you get a bunch of shit splattered into the background of it.
I'm not
that's
one.
the quote that you can use if you want me to have on your poster. It's rear projection, actually, from the ass. You can take that quote.
Well, I'm not one to like sort of reiterate letterbox one-liner popular reviews, but there is one that says, "Please, film crew that heavily relies on AI, tell me more about your love for filmmaking."
yeah. Actually, that is no, I couldn't have said it better. Actually, use that quote. It's better than my ass quote. But
right. But I love how there's a simple math equation within the quiet on set, which is for like the unit equation, like the lower the rating a movie gets, to like the worse a movie is, the more he will talk about it and spoil it. So if you know we're talking heavily about the movie, just know we found it atrocious. Do
you want me to spoil it? She dies at one point, and then she just like it's basically referenced back to the memory of Mumbi, what she would have done, and like the vacuum it leaves for us to not be guided anymore. And it's like, bro, like they also age up. It's supposedly 20 years have passed. They look exactly the same. There's nothing that changes, man. It's also just really bad filmmaking, paired with all of the AI shit.
What a way to end this review section of the Orizzonti Spotlight.
All of our reviews are done. I think almost 80 reviews.
All our reviews are done.
In the bucket, in the books, in the notebooks.
In the editing room.
Oh, they definitely are in the editing room. Hopefully not for long. Gives me basically no time until the next festival starts. I told this to multiple people's brain gone already, that I'm looking forward to the end of October, when I honestly, before even Zurich starts, I was like, I'm ready for fall festivals to be over already. I'm kind of worked up. Maybe it was the last review as well.
You have Zurich, I have Ghent, where we'll probably be covering another like 70 films in total.
A lot of them will be, ones that we've already, at least I've already seen maybe in Gun, like a lot of the stuff that now gets releases. But what you're trying to say is there's way more to come.
For now, I have 50 films. For Ghent, where I've already watched like 12 of them. But I will be probably watching around 44 movies there that I have not yet seen, etc. So yeah. Stay tuned for those.
And I've seen over a third of the selection for Zurich. So if you look onto our socials, there should be probably, some recommendations for both Ghent and Zurich or you can just see the movies that we've reviewed already and make up your own mind if you want to see them. There's also, fall film festivals in all sorts of different regions if you're from the States or internationally. Some films are playing there, so now's the time to hopefully, now that we've covered them, a lot of them at the world premiere of Venice, to reach more people. So let us know what you've been watching, especially which of these like smaller titles that this whole video was about that you're most interested in. And we'll catch you at the latest for Venice stuff next year. We'll be back. Thanks so much for watching. Like and subscribe, comment. What else? Follow our socials. Stay hydrated.
Exactly.
And don't use fucking AI.
Sponsored by Ewan.
Yeah.
Fuck AI.
Fuck AI.
And last but not least, Free Palestine.
Free Palestine. Yes. Fuck yeah.
Please, you do use that one. Please do use that one. I think it's gonna be very.
Well, no. The issue is if I do this, you just hear boing because it's empty in here. So
wait, what if we both clap our face cheeks at the same time, like 3, 2, 1? We'll try to use that one, right?
I don't know. I don't want to get red. Okay.
Wait, 3, 2, 1.
Ow! Just hurt.
You know what? That is a great scene clap and a great way to wake yourself up.
I was already awake. I'm not tired. Didn't I just hit myself now? Didn't do anything other than that. All right. Let's kick it off.